officials, representatives from workers' union and the private sector, esteemed delegates of the 20th Regional Conference for Labor-Based Practitioners, invited guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Ministry of Urban and Infrastructure, I express profound gratitude to our guest of honor for joining this significant event. Your presence reflects the federal prioritizing employment and employability for inclusive, sustainable economic development and social justice. I warmly welcome all participants, especially those who have traveled far to join us in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia's vibrant capital and hub of Africa. It is an honor to host you in Ethiopia, the land of origins and cradle of mankind. I hope you find time to visit our remarkable tourist attractions. Please feel welcomed and at home. The 19th Regional Conference held in Kigali, Rwanda in May 2023 was themed Promising Skills and Productive Jobs for Our Shared Future. At that conference, Ethiopia was selected to host the 20th Regional Conference. The employment-intensive, innovative policies, strategies, and programs to address unemployment, poverty, and inequality challenges we face across our region. It is an opportunity to demonstrate our collective commitment to a sustainable future where employment, employability, and environmental health are intertwined. The significance of this conference cannot be overstated. We stand at the critical juncture, facing complex global challenges, stagnant economic growth, climate change, thus drive unemployment, especially among youth, poverty, displacement, and inequality worldwide. In Ethiopia, we propose clear, innovative, and actionable strategies leveraging the approach to create jobs while fostering sustainable development. It will also serve as a dynamic platform for knowledge sharing and networking across Africa and beyond. In hosting this event, my ministry has collaborated closely with the ILO and received support from development partners, stakeholders, and the private sector, many of whom are listed in the welcome pack. I extend financial and in-kind support. Since its inception in 1919, the ILO has played a pivotal role in promoting fair labor conditions globally, aligning with Ethiopians' aspiration to improve livelihoods and achieve sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, the Ethiopian government is committed to creating jobs, promoting sustainable development, and building resilient communities. By investing in infrastructure, particularly road projects, the Ethiopian Road Administration has pioneered the employment-intensive approach. The majority of our road network was built and is maintained using this method. My ministry is currently leading initiatives such as the Road Sector Development Program, Rural Connectivity and Access Program, Housing Development Program, and Corridor Development Initiative implemented nationwide. These programs have created thousands of jobs for vulnerable communities while adopting environmentally sustainable practices and economic stability, ensuring everyone has a stake in our nation's progress. Promoting a healthy environment is equally critical. We must adopt sustainable practices that prioritize environmental protection and balance economic growth with ecological responsibility. Collaboration is vital to achieving these goals. We must forge partnership among governments, academia, the private sectors, civic organizations, communities, and development partners to coordinate efforts and support regional initiatives in combating unemployment, poverty, and underdevelopment. Distinguished participants, guests, ladies and gentlemen, over the next 5 days, you will deliberate on these issues through 18 high-level presentations and plenary sessions, facilitating focused discussion and knowledge sharing. You will also visit its showcase Ethiopian practical experiences. I am optimistic that this conference will yield practical workable recommendations, emphasizing pro-employment and climate-smart development. With this remark, I welcome you again to Addis Ababa and the beautiful Mandela Hall, a venue for all Africans. Together, we can forge a pathway towards resilient communities and a healthy environment through employment-intensive initiative. I thank you all. አመሰግናለሁ. Shukran. Merci beaucoup. Galatoma. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, Madam Minister Jaltu Sani, Minister of Urban and Infrastructure of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, as well as our host, Madam Minister. I would like to congratulate you and your entire team for putting together such a wonderful event, such a huge event, and we're very proud of the work you've done, and everybody is definitely going to be proud later towards the end. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now further invite you to enjoy one more video, which is going to set the scene even further on top of what Her Excellency was just saying. And Team Flawless, please play the video. Thank you.
Ethiopia, a land of ancient heritage, breathtaking diversity, and bold ambition. Guided by the vision of becoming an African beacon of prosperity, Ethiopia is forging a new path, one built on unity, innovation, and collective progress. At the heart of this journey is Mekdemer, the spirit of synergy championed by our Prime Minister, His Excellency Dr. Abiy Ahmed. Ethiopia's industrial revolution is underway. With world-class industrial parks and a focus on labor-intensive sectors like textiles and agro-processing, we are creating decent jobs, empowering women, and positioning Ethiopia as a global manufacturing hub. The Made in Ethiopia brand is rising, powered by skilled workers and strategic investments. Agriculture remains the foundation of Ethiopia's inclusive growth. Through large-scale irrigation, mechanization, and support for smallholder farmers, Ethiopia is boosting productivity while creating millions of jobs. Initiatives like wheat self-sufficiency and commercial farming are turning challenges into opportunities, ensuring food security and driving exports. Energy is the engine of development. The Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, GERD, symbolizes Ethiopia's determination to harness its resources for collective prosperity. Beyond lighting homes, GERD will provide clean energy to neighboring nations, embodying Mekdemer through regional integration. Meanwhile, mining reforms are unlocking Ethiopia's vast mineral wealth, fueling industrialization and job creation. From the ancient wonders of Lalibela to the stunning landscapes of the Simien Mountains, Ethiopia's tourism potential is unmatched. By investing in infrastructure and promoting sustainable tourism, we are preserving heritage while creating thousands of jobs in hospitality and creative industries. Ethiopia is embracing the digital age. With expanding broadband access, a thriving startup ecosystem, and initiatives like Digital Ethiopia 2025, we are equipping our youth with tech skills, bridging gaps and fostering innovation. Ethiopia's mega projects are transforming lives. The Green Legacy Initiative, planting billions of trees, is combating climate change while creating green jobs. Urban housing programs provide homes and employment. Road corridors connect markets, and labor-based infrastructure projects empower communities. This is development by the people, for the people. Ethiopia's journey is not just ours, it's Africa's. Through Handover trade corridors, Ethiopia is proving that collective prosperity is possible. As we host the ILO Labor-Based Practitioners Conference, we invite the world to witness and join this inclusive march toward progress.
Thank you once again for your attention to that video. As we've seen, Ethiopia is the proud host of the 20th ILO Regional Conference for Labor-Based Practitioners, and it demonstrates our world standard conference tourism capabilities and also our investment in resilient communities, and that will be a central theme throughout our gathering. So next, we'll be pleased to hear from the 19th host of the 19th ILO Regional Conference, which was Rwanda. And Rwanda will pass on the baton of successfully hosting the ILO Regional Conference to Ethiopia, the current host. Please join me in warmly welcoming Ms. Christine Kulikienka, the Minister of Public Service and Labor of Rwanda, to share remarks and then to pass on that baton. Welcome, Ms. Christine.
Your Excellency, Speaker of the House of the People's Representatives, Honorable Ato Tagese Shafo, Your Excellency, Minister of Urban and Infrastructure of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Mrs. Shaltu Sani, Your Excellency, ILO Assistant Director General and Regional Director, Africa, Mrs. Fanfan Guanyindo, Honorable Ministers, distinguished government officials, representatives of the ILO and development partners, social partners, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, good morning. It is a great honor to address you today, representing the government of Rwanda as the host of the 19th ILO Africa Regional Seminar on Employment-Intensive Investment Programs, and to join you in the opening of this important 20th seminar here in Addis Ababa, a city that stands as a symbol of Africa's unity, resilience, and shared future. On behalf of the government of Rwanda, I bring warm greetings and reaffirm our unwavering commitment to the principles that underpin the employment-intensive approach, namely inclusive development, decent work, and the dignity of labor. Let me begin by expressing our sincere appreciation to the International Labour Organization for its continued leadership and to the government of Ethiopia for graciously hosting this year's seminar. Your commitment to inclusive, employment-rich development is a source of strength for the continent. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the 19th Regional Seminar held in Kigali 2 years ago was a milestone for us. It brought together policymakers, practitioners, and community leaders to explore how labor-based investments can foster not just jobs, but also resilience, sustainability, and local empowerment. We were honored to showcase Rwanda's experiences in labor-based infrastructure, climate-adaptive public works, youth employment, and green economy initiatives. The theme of today's 20th seminar, Resilient Communities and Healthy Environment through the Employment Intensive Investment Program approach, could not be more relevant. Africa faces rising unemployment, especially among youth, growing climate risks, and widening social disparities. Yet, through employment-intensive approaches, we are reminded that development does not have to choose between economic growth and sustainability. It can and must achieve both. In Rwanda, we have seen firsthand how labor-intensive investments in soil have helped communities become more self-reliant while protecting the environment. These initiatives do more than creating jobs. They foster dignity, social cohesion, and long-term value. Phase 1 of our National Strategy for Transformation, NST1, which ran from 2017 to 2024, placed job creation at the center of our development agenda. As we look ahead to NST2, our ambition is to create at least 250,000 decent and productive jobs every year over the next 5 years. An interministerial steering committee on skills and deployment is ensuring this target is pursued with precision and accountability. Moreover, we have taken decisive step. In agreement with our Ministry of Finance, all public institutions in Rwanda are now required to mainstream employment and workplace learning in project design. Every publicly funded project must clearly state the number of jobs it will generate. This is about embedding job creation as a deliberate, measurable outcome of national investment. Let me share a few practical examples. The Vision 2020 Umurenge program has employed over 260,000 vulnerable households through public works that build vital infrastructure like feeder roads, terraces, and classrooms. Led by the Ministry of Environment and Agriculture, programs such as Green Gicumbi and Hingaweze have created thousands of green jobs in watershed protection and climate-resilient agriculture. A third and last example, during the COVID-19 recovery phase, our Emergency Economic Recovery Program generated over 20,000 jobs, helping communities recover while advancing our infrastructure priorities. These experiences affirm an essential truth. Employment-intensive investments are not only tools for short-term job creation, they are transformative instruments for resilience, sustainability, and inclusive growth. As we gather here in Addis Ababa today, we must consolidate these lessons. Let us focus on institutionalizing the EIP approach, strengthening local capacities, aligning public procurement with job creation, and scaling up green and climate-smart infrastructure investments. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I urge all of us to reflect deeply, not only on how far we've come, but on how far we still must go. Let this seminar be a platform for exchanging practical solutions, championing policy innovations, and recommitting to what works. The future of our youth, of our communities, and of our environment depends on the choices we make together. I also take this opportunity to recognize the invaluable role of tripartite social partners in shaping inclusive, rights-based employment strategies, and to commend the ILO to its steadfast technical support and convening power. As we, the Republic of Rwanda, pass the torch to the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, we do so with pride and deep confidence in our regional solidarity. As a country, we strongly believe in the power of South-South cooperation. One of the key enablers of this vision is the Rwanda Cooperation Initiatives, RCI, an institution dedicated to facilitating South-South and triangular cooperation. RCI plays a vital role in promoting mutual learning, the exchange of good practices, and collaborative efforts that contribute to sustainable development in the Global South. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, together as partners across Africa, we can build on this momentum and continue advancing toward a continent that is more inclusive, resilient, and sustainably developed. I wish the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia a successful tenure. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Namasiganalo. Murakoze cyane. Honorable Minister.
Your Excellencies, in a symbolic passing of the baton moment, Rwanda will now deliver a gift to Ethiopia, the current host. What a shining display of unity among Africans. Successful host of the 19th ILO Regional Conference, Rwanda, now passing the baton of successfully hosting to Ethiopia, the current host. Congratulations to both countries. The gift must be unveiled. We continue to unveil the gift, which Rwanda, the 19th host, is now giving to Ethiopia, the 20th host. Beautiful. Congratulations to both. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, United Africa is indeed a prosperous Africa with a brighter future. And now, ladies and gentlemen, of employers and workers who bring critical voices to the conversation on decent work and social justice, the heart of this conference. You will join me in welcoming them. First, we will hear from Ato Dawit Moges. He's the Secretary General of the Confederation of IGAD Employers. Join me in warmly welcoming Ato Dawit Moges. We'll first hear from the employers, then we'll hear from the workers. Welcome.
Honorable Ato Chafo, Speaker of the House of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Honorable Madam Chaltu Sena, Minister of Urban and Infrastructure of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Your Excellency, Madam Fanfan Kyarengwa, the Assistant Director General and the Regional Director of Africa of ILO, and honorable ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I cannot continue my speech without recognizing our social partners and Her Excellency Wezero Mufariat Kamil, the Ministry of Labor and Skills of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, and our supporter, His Excellency Mr. Kumbula Ndaba, the Country Director of ILO for Ethiopia, Djibouti, Sudan, South Sudan, and Uganda. It is my profound honor to address this distinguished gathering of Africa, Architects of Progress. On behalf of the Confederation of IGAD Employers, I bring greetings from the employers who drive our economy's heartbeat in the region. Excellencies, we meet at a historical crossroads. Behind us lie the shadow of conflict and dependency. Before us shines the golden sunrise of Africa. And in this very room stands the men and women who will determine which path prevails. So let's talk about the Africa we know versus the Africa we show. Let me share 3 truths that defy the world narratives. First, the economic resilience. While global markets tremble, 6 of the world's 10 fastest growing economies are in Africa. Ethiopia's consistent 9% growth proves that the stability breeds prosperity. Secondly, use as an asset. Our use budge isn't a time bomb. It's 200 million young Africans writing code in Lagos, assembling electric vehicles in Nairobi, Addis Ababa with artificial intelligence powered solution. Third, the investment magnet. The IGAD region now attracts unprecedented foreign direct investment. Why? Because investors finally see Africa has risen. Now, let's do the maths. The cost of inaction. Excellencies, we do have champions in our region. To name few, go to Djibouti. You will witness a port-led job creation displayed by DP World Djibouti, a logistic company. Drive across to Kenya. You will witness green jobs and sustainable agriculture done by Tuwag Foods, agricultural technology company. Go across Victoria River to Uganda. You will see a refugee inclusive employment, demonstrated by Nile breweries. Go up north to Sudan, you will witness a post-conflict youth employment displayed by Zain Sudan, a telecom company. Now you are in Ethiopia. Drive few hours south, southeast, southwest. You will see industrial park job creation and women empowerment. Check the Awasa Industrial Park in the textile and apparel sector. But excellencies, these opportunities come with expiration date. Every day we delay, 37,000 African youth enter unprepared labor market. $2.8 billion in potential trade evaporates at closed borders. And the digital divide gets wider and wider. These are not speculations. These are the hard numbers tracked daily across our 7 IGAD member states. Let me tell you what we mean as employee organization. The Employers Compact that today, as CIE, presents a 5-point compact to harness this potential. First, the peace dividend. No investor signs a check amid gunfire. We commit to work with governments to stabilize the foundation of prosperity in Sudan, South Sudan, and Somalia. Secondly, skill revolution. Our vocational training initiative align employers' needs with youth aspiration to this model. Third, investment ready. A simplified business registration, investor protection, and infrastructure development are priorities. Ethiopia's 4 billion FDI last year speaks volumes. Fourth, the entrepreneurial ecosystem. From M-Pesa to Ethiopian Airlines and the zip line in Kigali, African innovation thrives support. We must reduce the red tape and expand incubators. Fifth, the global partnership. We welcome investors as partners in mutual growth. What about the EU due diligence? We will meet it and will exceed it. But excellencies, let me add the sixth pillar, the critical to our shared future, the regional integration and labor mobility. Africa's workforce is its greatest asset. Yet barriers to movement cost us 2.8 billion annually to lost trade, according to African Development Bank. The IGAD Free Movement Protocol is a start, but employers need practical tools, mutual skill recognition, to let a nurse from Kampala work in Nairobi, a portable social benefits so migrants aren't left vulnerable, and the cross-border SME corridors to run informal trade into formal jobs. When labor flow legally, everyone wins. Workers earn dignity, employers access talent, and economies grow. Checking fact, the Ethiopian blueprint. Look around you while you are in Addis. Walk in the streets of Addis. Ethiopia's journey from aid recipient to economic powerhouse is Africa's playbook. The industrial park creating hundreds of thousands of jobs, the Grand Renaissance Dam powering regional growth, and the urban corridor in Addis and other cities transforming into a continental hub. Finally, our message, our collective charge to Africa's decision makers: the policies you draft this week will determine whatever. But it will enhance. A young mother in Kigali becomes employer herself. An African diaspora investor finding opportunity instead of obstacles. And the world sees Africa. To our partners we say, EU, deepen the public-private collaboration to align policies with Africa's entrepreneurial realities. Because shared innovation beats siloed solutions. ILO, strengthen the tripartite dialogue to bridge policy gaps in labor market. IGAD secretariats, fast-track regional integration to see cross-border trade and labor mobility. Employers' organization in Africa, champion innovation and advocate for business-friendly reforms. When African leaders, employers, workers move as one, when we replace rhetoric with results, we don't just transform nations, we redefine what is possible. Thank you all. God bless Africa.
Thank you so much to David for that wonderful, very powerful speech. And ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to our next speaker, Your Excellency Ato Zarihun Gazain, advisor of C2 President and representing the Horn of African Confederation of Trade Unions, will be speaking now. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Good morning to everybody. I'm standing here to just to say a few words on behalf of million Africans who have organized to make better labor administration and then work to be having human face. The guest of honor, His Excellency Taggese Chafo, the Speaker of House of the People's Representative of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, His Excellency Wazir Altusani, Minister of Urban and Infrastructure, the distinguished protocol observer, and other excellencies, guests, and then my dearest brothers and colleagues of national and regional leaders of trade union and employers organization. Distinguished invited guests, it is indeed both an honor and privilege for me to stand before you today on behalf of Mr. Kasaon Follo, the President of the Confederation of Ethiopian Trade Union and Secretary General of the Horn of Africa Trade Union, Horn of the Confederation of African Trade Union, who could not be here at this important gathering due to an urgent national commitment. He has asked me to convey his gratitude and appreciation for the invitation extended to SETU and ACTU to speak at this landmark event of the 20th Regional Conference of Labor-Based program. The organization of this important and timely conference in my country, as the capital city of Africa, is both historic and a great privilege for us. Hosting such a significant event presents numerous advantages. It provides an opportunity to highlight Ethiopia's socio-economic development achievements, including major infrastructure advancements. It also allows to highlight Ethiopia's long-standing experience in implementing public works and youth development programs ongoing. Furthermore, the conference creates a valuable platform for ILO social partners and young practitioners to share experiences, learn from one another, and build networks with peers across the region and beyond. This is a testament to our shared vision for inclusive, resilient, healthy, and forward-looking labor systems in the global south. It is convergence of minds and hearts committed to social justice, workers' rights, and sustainable development. Excellencies, the guests who gathered here, today we found ourselves at a historic crossroads. On the one hand, our continent and our countries are striving to combat poverty and unemployment. On the other hand, we are facing the existential threat of climate change, a challenge that does not respect borders, economies, or sectors. The conference focus on pre-employment and climate-smart development is not only timely, but also essential. We must shift our development paradigms towards models that generate decent jobs while protecting the planet. It is a false choice to assume that we must choose between employment and the environment. In fact, green jobs are linked to environmental protection because their design is to reduce the negative impacts of human activities on the environment. These jobs focus on promoting sustainability, reducing emissions, conserving resources, and protecting biodiversity. As a trade union, we have a critical role to play in this transformation. We are not just defenders of workers' rights. We are co-architects of the future of work. In Ethiopia, SETU has been actively engaging with the government, employers, and development partners to promote just transition policies. We believe workers must not be victims of climate action, but rather drivers of it. We must ensure that transitions to greener environments are inclusive, fair, and just. That means skilling up of workers, protecting vulnerable groups, and ensuring social dialogue is at the center of the policy making. The spirit of this conference refers something we hold dear: solidarity among nations of the global south. Too often, policy and knowledge flow from north to south, but today we reclaim our agency. We are here to share homogeneous solutions, exchange innovations, and build bridges across borders. Whether it is climate resilient agriculture in Senegal, youth employment initiative in Kenya, or Ethiopia's own green legacy through massive reforestation, renewable energy investment, we all have something valuable to offer to each other. Let us commit to learning from one another, not just in theory, but in practice. Let us build alliance among trade unions, labor ministries, private sectors, actors, and civil society organizations to replicate access, success, and scale impact. A call to action. I have for you three cores. One, let us invest in skills for future, particularly for youth and women who are disproportionately affected both unemployment and climate vulnerability. Two, let us strengthen our labor institutions, including the social partners, to be more adaptive, inclusive, and proactive in leading the change. Three, let us never forget the human face of our policies. As the heart of every employment statistic is a person, a family, and a hope. We should strive to make our development adhere to principles and goals of making our all development endeavor and at achieving inclusive development and bringing social justice. In conclusion, allow me to thank the International Labour Organization and the Ministry of Urban and Infrastructure, especially Madam Chaltu, with her staffs. She has been doing here and hard in order to bring this conference a reality. And also, my thanking goes to Ethiopian Road Administration, who was also co-hosting with the ministry. May our deliberation be fruitful, and may we leave this conference inspired not only with new knowledge, but the renewed commitment to building a better, greener, and more equitable investment that create decent work and bring about social justice in the world of work. We, the sub-regional trade unions, want to see a labor administration where all efforts are striving towards representing the fundamental rights of work and cherish the contribution of workers in the development of nations. Together, we can shape a future where work is decent, development is sustainable, and no one is left available. No one is left behind. Solidarity forever. Long live to the struggle of the workers, the workers of the world. God bless Ethiopia. God bless Africa. God bless the world. I thank you.
We all have something valuable to offer to each other. Join me in thanking Zarihun Gezaheng, advisor to the Secretary of the Horn of African Confederation of Trade Unions, for that compelling remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause to Zarihun Gezaheng. Once again, thank you to the representatives of employers and workers for those powerful remarks filled with resolve and determination. Next, ladies and gentlemen, we invite a representative from the African Union to share a keynote remark highlighting the AU's commitment to labor-based development across our beloved continent. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency Dr. Sambelo Mbokazi, the Head of Labor, Employment and Migration at the African Union Commission. Your Excellency, you're most welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. To the Chief Guest, the Speaker of Parliament, Honorable Tadesse Chafo, to the Minister of Infrastructure of Ethiopia, Chaltu Sani, to the Honorable Minister of Public Service and Labor in Rwanda, Honorable Christine, and to all the honorable ministers here represented, to the Regional Director, Mayor Fan, Regional Director of ILO. We also recognize the social partners. We recognize Ato Zerehun, who just spoke now, Viva Comrade. We also recognize the representatives of the employers, my brother David, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the for Health, Humanitarian Affairs and Social Development, Her Excellency Amatum Amoa, we are going to deliver this speech on behalf of her, and she conveys warm greetings to the leadership of this sector. It is a distinguished honor to welcome all of you to the African Union Commission, the African Union headquarters, at this opening session of the 20th ILO Regional Conference on the Employment Intensive Investment Program under the timely and compelling theme, Resilient Communities and Healthy Environment. The investment approach on infrastructure. On behalf of the African Union chairperson, I would like to extend our sincerest appreciation to the government of Ethiopia, the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, and to the International Labour Organization for the strong collaboration that it has made this meeting possible. And we are proud to co-host this meeting, this important regional gathering here in Addis Ababa. And once again, we are saying, welcome, Kwanda Namatachu, Karibu, Karibu, bienvenue, Siena Mugela, to the headquarters of the African Union. In her capacity as the commissioner responsible for labor and employment, Excellency, the commissioner also expressed that it is important to advance labor and employment policies. And she expressed that it is her considered view that the thematic focus of this conference offers a unique tapestry, yet collective call to action to address the most intractable challenge in Africa, which is unemployment and underemployment, and the decisive important event at a time when the continent is being called to respond decisively to persistent challenges, including unemployment, widening infrastructure gaps. Agency is to the Africa we are working to build, and Africa where infrastructure with and for the people, investments in dignity and sustainability, addressing employment gaps, especially among young and women, is not only a development imperative, but is also an important measure for Africa. It is a human imperative. Across the continent, millions of young people are still waiting for their first opportunity to contribute meaningfully to society, support their families, and to shape their future. Empowerment of youth is a step towards stability, is a step towards peace building in Africa. The vision of Africa, the Agenda 2063, calls on us to act with agency and purpose. Employment-intensive approaches like the Employment-Intensive Investment Program offer practical, scalable pathways to drive inclusive development, particularly in communities facing fragility, climate risk, and economic transition. Honorable ministers, as we close, let this conference be for shaping, strengthening partnerships, sharing practical solutions, and reaffirming our collective responsibility to shape Africa's development from within. On behalf of the African Union Commission, we would like to thank ILO, but also the government of Ethiopia for the continued partnerships. We look forward to this week, which will bring meaningful exchanges, that Africa should strive to match its ambition, not only with the rhetoric, but also with action. We thank you.
We thank you very much, Your Excellency, Dr. Sambelo Mbokazi, the Head of Labor, Employment and Migration at the African Union Commission, for your compelling insights representing our beloved continent and its unity. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now delighted to present a special cultural performance structure that has world-class conference tourism hosting capabilities. Not only do we invest in resilient communities and our people, but we're also home to rich culture, tradition, and dynamic spirit. To celebrate that, we have cultural performances, and we kindly direct your attention to them, to the enjoyments as we proceed with our program.
Damaina gange, pose, pose, porela, pose, gange, gange, damaina gange, pose, pose, porela, pose, gange, gange, damaina gange, pose, pose, porela, pose, lavasha, lavagani, ujane zamani, wajna zoni, wajna zini. Damaina gange, pose,
So, have you been able to see Ethiopia in those dances? Our diversity, the beauty of Ethiopians in our dances. Yes, this is the land of origins, ladies and gentlemen. When you find time, later tonight, well, not tonight, but in one of these coming evenings, please stop by our traditional places where you see so much more of this. It's like countless in Ethiopia. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to cue the video message by His Excellency Mr. Gilbert Hungobo, Director General of the ILO, for his message. Please cue the video, and then we'll come.
Your Excellency, Mr. Taye Acheke Selassie, President of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, Honorable Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, allow me, first of all, to thank the Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia for hosting this important gathering. I would also like to thank you, honorable ministers, for your presence today, a strong testament to your continued commitment to job creation and the promotion of the decent work agenda. Despite progress in many areas, access to productive and decent employment remains a pressing concern across the African continent. Yet, as you have demonstrated, the intertwined challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality. We live in an area of profound change, uncertainty, and crisis, from conflict and climate shocks to political instability and technological disruption. And as global solidarity frays and multilateralism comes under strain, the need to build resilient communities has never been clearer. For the ILO, promoting decent work is central to building resilience. Our understanding of decent work is comprehensive. It means not only access to jobs, but also right at work, social protection, social dialogue. The ILO, through its Employment Intensive Investment Program, EIIP, supports this transformation at the community level. The EIIP creates opportunities to improve people's lives while facilitating access to markets and essential services such as education, healthcare, and water. In doing so, it builds capabilities of local government, workers and employers, strengthens dignity, and enhances the resilience of communities. The EIIP supports the ILO's core mandate through fair wages. The construction sector, in particular, holds enormous but underutilized potential. Today, employment, half of the global average. As a result, millions of potential jobs are missed every single day. Addressing this must be central to our deliberations. Let me environment. Many jobs and livelihoods are intimately tied to the environment. The degradation of ecosystem leads to declining job productivity and, in some cases, the complete loss of livelihoods. Protecting and restoring ecosystems is essential. I am pleased that many member states and partners increasingly recognize the value of applying the EIIP approach to implement these solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, as we explore ways to build resilience and ensure environmental sustainability, we must also place these goals within a broader global context. Our aspirations are deeply linked to the global struggle for social justice. Looking ahead, the 2025 World Summit for Social Development presents a critical opportunity. In this context, we must also highlight the critical importance of investing in young people. Africa, we all know it, is the youngest continent in the world, and its future resilience will depend on how we equip our young people with the skills and opportunities they need to shape their own future. This means investing in education, yes, but also in vocational training, apprenticeship, digital skills, and lifelong learning. The ILO, through the EIIP, is actively supporting countries across the continent to expand skills development programs, promote youth entrepreneurship, and facilitate smoother school-to-work transitions. The future of resilient communities and a healthy environment will be influenced by the discussions and the deliberation we will be having this week. I wish you every success in this 20th Regional Seminar of Labor-Based Practitioners. The ILO stands ready to support your efforts. Thank you for your attention. Thank you so much.
We thank the Director General of the International Labour Organization, His Excellency Gilbert F. Fongbo, for the keynote, compelling insights that set a visionary tone for our conference. We indeed felt his determination to resilient communities and a healthier environment, and physical distance could not be a barrier. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, we now come to a special moment in our program where we get to officially open the 20th ILO Regional Conference for Labor-Based Practitioners here at the Mandela Hall at the diplomatic capital of the continent, Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. Now, to extend a formal invitation to our guest of honor who will open our conference, it is a privilege to welcome back our gracious host, Ethiopia. Your Excellency, take this special moment.
Thank you so much for General Director for ILO for very inspiring to deliver his inspiring speech.
Good morning to you all. Dana Darachu. Salam no. Distinguished members of the diplomatic community, head of government institutions, esteemed delegate, to warmly welcome you all to Ethiopia and Addis Ababa, the capital and the diplomatic city of Africa, your home, our home. Welcome to Ethiopia, welcome to Addis Ababa. This very important conference, organized under the theme Resilient Communities and Healthy Environment, the EIIP approach. This theme is about advancing public discourse to help practitioners and policymakers to explore innovative solutions for employment creation, inclusive growth, environmental establishment, in amplifying the aspiration of Africans to address the challenge of its people, and in realizing its vision of bringing rapid, sustainable, and equitable socio-economic progress that from quagmire of poverty and social. This ultimate goal that has brought us together today, a goal that would demand our unified efforts, everyone across the continent of Africa. Our international and regional commitments, as well as the national actions, are testimony to our determination in creating conducive environment, investment, and trade policies, and development strategic infrastructure assets to spur job-rich and inclusive growth. In the government of Ethiopia's successive development plans, broad-based policy reforms and programs have been implemented to tackle the most pressing challenges, such as poverty, unemployment, and social imbalances. Our development plans prioritize labor-intensive approach, ensuring that growth is not only rapid, but also inclusive and job-rich. Strategic investments have been directed toward environmental sustainability through flagship initiatives such as the Green Legacy, while simultaneously efforts have been focused on expanding access to essential infrastructure and public services. These consecutive sector development programs, particularly in the infrastructure, have not only improved the quality of life for millions, but have also generated thousands of employment opportunities across the high-level commitment from our government and the people, and the magnitude of successes we scored. There is still a need for an even greater push required to achieve sustained and inclusive economic growth, productive employment, and decent work for all. These call for a collective action in identifying and agreeing upon effective strategies that would enable us, particularly those in developing nations, to address the teasing socio-economic and environmental challenges. These include the mainstreaming of employment-intensive approach in our national and local economic development efforts, and it's also important to reflect on and review past experiences and regularly update our development priorities and goals with shifting socio-economic and political situations in order to maximize the creation of sustained jobs, skills, and business opportunities for our people. In this regard, our collective efforts in meeting SDGs is going to be a rich source of valuable lessons and serves as springboard for our future endeavors through contributing national economic development, wealth creation, and social progress. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, indeed, this conference is thus a great opportunity for Africa in influencing the existing reality and charting a better way going forward and take the lives millions of disadvantaged communities and individuals from a cycle of socio-economic distress. It is with this notion that I kindly request distinguished participants to take this opportunity and make the most out of it in order to contribute towards creating a better continent free from poverty, unemployment, and inequality. Let us use this gathering strategically to engage on the common challenge, share good practices, and develop a set of recommendations for Africa, which all of us commit to put into practice. I also urge you to learn from each other and about each other in the spirit of South-South cooperation and international solidarity. At this juncture, I would like to commend on our Minister of Urban and Infrastructure, the Ethiopian Roads Authority, the ILO, and partners who supported the event in many ways for their unreserved effort in making this vital event a reality. I also wish you the very best of deliberations and look forward to receiving your actionable strategies and recommendations, which I believe will eventually come out as a declaration of Addis Ababa, the capital of Africa. Finally, I declare that the 20th ILO Regional Conference for the Labor-Based Practitioners is officially open. I thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
What inspiring words. Thank you very much, Guest of Honor, Your Excellency, Taggese Chafo, Speaker of the House of People's Representatives of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, for officially opening the 20th ILO Regional Conference for Labor-Based Practitioners. What a powerful start to a conference. Congratulations. Let's mark this. Cameramen, as we prepare to take commemorative photos to mark this historic occasion, we'd like to kindly cue you to take your positions at the designated areas where we'll be taking the photos. Cameramen, photographers, proceed to the designated areas for the photos. Cameramen, ካሜራ ሰዎች እባካችሁን ቦታችሁን ያዙ። ፎቶ ልናነሳ ስለሆነ ወደ ቦታችሁ እንድትሄዱ ልናስታውሳችሁ እንወዳለን።
ይቅርታ የሚዲያ ባለሙያዎች እና የካሜራ ባለሙያዎች ውጪ ላይ ስለሆነ ፎቶ አድርገን በዛው ኤግዚቢሽን የምናደርገው ባካችሁ ቀድማችሁ እናንተ እንድትገኙልን ውጪ ላይ የፍሎረስ ጋር ኮኦርዲኔት አድርጉና እናመሰግናለን።
To invite the rest of participants will remain seated. We'd like to now invite the guest of honor, ministers, and heads of delegation to now proceed to the designated area at the left, the exit to the left, for the photos. After the photo, high-level dignitaries will then proceed to make a tour of the exhibition. Protocol continues to assist our high-level dignitaries as they proceed to take photos. Join us, ladies and gentlemen, in celebrating our high-level dignitaries, the guest of honor, as they proceed towards the photos. The rest of participants, you'll remain here in the hall, and we'll invite you to watch the following video. Participants, please remain in the hall. Please remain seated. The guest of honor, ministers, and heads of delegations only will proceed to the designated area for the photos. To the rest of us, please watch the following video, warmly welcoming you to Ethiopia. Refreshments will then be served later. All right, and now the rest of participants, we can enjoy refreshments and health break. And we'll take 30 minutes for refreshments and health breaks, and then we'll be back at around 12. Please, facilitators, ushers, you can open the doors now as the rest of participants proceed for their health breaks, for refreshments. Once again, thank you all so much for your participations. Facilitators and ushers, kindly open the doors now so that participants can proceed for the health and entertainment and other health breaks. 30 minutes, and we'll be back at 12. Thank you all so much for joining us in this vibrant opening. Please enjoy refreshments and health break, and we'll see you back at 12 for session 2. Thank you again.
Oh, this one. Look in there. Smile. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
I think you are making me the best. Ah, wait, my friend. Okay. Yes, we are talking, we are speaking, we can continue. Smile. Thank you. Oh.
All right, Las Vegas. I'm gonna play you guys now the title cut off the new album. This is a feel-good song meant to bring people together, you know? So here we go. Colors of Love.
A very, very warm good afternoon once again. Honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, we now prepare to begin session 2, setting the scene for a week long of very significant discussions, presentations, as we explore the journey together towards resilient communities and a resilient future. I would like to request all participants to join us inside the hall. Those of you who know your colleagues still outside, kindly ask them to join us inside so that we can begin for the interest of time. Once again, participants, honored guests, please join us inside the hall as we prepare to embark on session 2, setting the scene. A lovely afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare to begin session 2, setting the scene for a week long of significant discussions, We request you once again, those of you who are still outside, to please join us inside the hall. Those of you who are still standing at entrances and exits, please do take your seats. Honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, we now have honorable ministers joining us inside the hall, marking the beginning of session 2, setting the scene. I'll take a moment to ask those of you who are still standing, still at entrances and exits, to please take your seats, take your positions, as we begin momentarily for the interest of time. Ushers, facilitators, kindly assist us in having honored guests take their seats, as we will begin now with session 2. All right, welcome back, everyone. I hope the Ethiopian coffee was as refreshing as we now get into the nitty-gritty of our conference. It was such a powerful thing to see participants joining us from across Africa and around the world, connecting, networking. Indeed, human capital, inclusivity, and resilient communities remain the core of our gathering. It is this synergy and momentum that we require to build better work environment, inclusive environments for everyone. So I'd like to warmly welcome you back. So we now embark on session 2, setting the scene, where we lay the foundation for our week-long discussions on labor-based infrastructure and decent work. Before we get into session 2, I would like to make the following important reminders, and therefore I require your full attention. So the first cordial reminder is that our conference is all about discussing those matters that are critical. Serious conversations await us throughout the week. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, please remember to enjoy your time. Remember to relax as much as possible. Remember to visit Addis and stretch and have a good time to relax our mind ahead of these important conversations that we're about to embark upon. The other important reminder is, in our conference, we're also going to vote for the 21st host of the ILO Regional Conference. So countries who are interested to host the 21st ILO Regional Conference, make your preparations to make a pitch of why your country should be selected to host the 21st ILO Regional Conference. Make it as convincing as possible, because Ethiopia really has set the bar up high. So countries, do prepare to make your pitch to be selected as the 21st host of the ILO Regional Conference. The other important reminder is, today, after a day of sitting, after a day of discussing, we're gonna have to relax a bit and stretch our legs. So we've prepared a cocktail reception, and that will be at Friendship Park today in the evening. So that will be a further opportunity for us to relax and to continue the connections, the building of momentum and synergy that we've already started with the break. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, the other final important reminder is on Wednesday will be Site Visitation Day. So we've selected sites for visitation that will be as educating and as entertaining. So you'll be required to fill out a QR code, selecting the desired site you want to visit. A QR code has been displayed there on the screen. So you're gonna have to take out your devices, scan the QR code, and then choose the site that you want to visit. On Tuesday evening, we're gonna have a detailed debrief about the site so that you can understand where you'll be going to ahead of the visitation. So ahead of session 2, let me kindly request you all to take out your devices, to scan the QR code there displayed. It closes today. So if you would like to visit a site to learn something from, to gain further insights from, to solidify what we're discussing here with actual field visit, take out your device, scan that QR code, and select where you would like to visit. I'll give you a moment. So take your moment now and select your desired site for visitation. Selecting the site ends today, so make sure that today doesn't pass you without registering for where you want to go. All right, let's now proceed to session 2, setting the scene. So I'd like to introduce you to a very engaging session. And I would like to take the pleasure of first introducing our moderator and the speaker who will take their distinguished seats in front of the gathering here. First, I would like to introduce our moderator, and it's very symbolic. So do pay attention to how I introduce her. So she currently serves as the Minister of Labor and Skills of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. It is a position that requires ingenuity, as the issue of creating better work environment is really a sector that requires you to think outside the box. So prior to her serving as Minister of Labor and Skills, she previously served as the very first female speaker of the House of the Ethiopian People's of Representatives. And she was also the very first Minister of Peace. So she will be leading this session. She will be including her insights, which she gained from experience in this session. And it is such an honor to have here as our leader in this current session. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in warmly welcoming our moderator, Her Excellency Muferiat Kamil, the Minister of Labor and Skills. Welcome, Your Excellency. I'd like to now invite our speakers as well to take their dignified seats in front of the gathering. I'd like to welcome another strong woman. How privileged we are today, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to now introduce Her Excellency Dr. Fitsum Asafa. Her Excellency Dr. Fitsum Asafa is the Minister of Planning and Development of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, a role that requires insight, a role that requires to think into the future, not just retrospect or analyzing the current situation, but to predict the future. Her Excellency is a distinguished Ethiopian economist and politician, currently serving as the Minister of Planning and Development since 2018. She plays a key role in shaping Ethiopia's economic policies and is also a board member of the Commercial Bank of Ethiopia. Ladies and gentlemen, join us in welcoming Her Excellency Dr. Fitsum Asafa. How privileged we are to have him. Welcome, Dr. Fitsum. And now I am pleased to welcome once again Ms. Mito Tsukamoto as a speaker who will be enriching us with her insights. Ms. Mito Tsukamoto is the Chief of the Employment and Investment Branch of the ILO. Ms. Mito is the Chief of Employment of Investments at the ILO. She has over 30 years of experience, and she specializes in employment-intensive investment strategies that drive inclusive economic growth, social justice, and sustainable development. Join us in warmly welcoming Ms. Mito Tsukamoto. Yet another strong woman, experienced, a professional, to guide these crucial conversations. Inclusivity at the core. How privileged. Welcome, Your Excellency. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I will introduce our fourth speaker. His Excellency Dr. Teshale Barecha will be joining us as the third speaker, our final speaker. Dr. Teshale Barecha is the State Minister of the Ministry of Labor and Skills. He has over 20 years of experience in skills development, and he started from college instructor to a state minister. So that's incredible transformation, incredible growth. Join us in warmly welcoming Dr. Teshale Barecha. Welcome to all our distinguished speakers. It is our belief that this will be a very crucial, engaging conversation. And now to set the scene, warmly welcome Her Excellency Muferiat Kamil, Minister of Labor and Skills of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, who is showing us her readiness with that warm, vibrant smile. Your Excellency, you're most welcome to set the scene. Let's warmly welcome Her Excellency.
በድጋሚ እንደምናደራችሁ ዋላችሁ። Excellency Mrs. Chanto Sani, our gracious host, Excellency my sister Fanfan Rwanindo Kairanga, is ILO Ethiopia Regional Director of Africa. Apologies if there's any mistake in calling your names, and I face such a difficulty all the time. My name also is a bit difficult. And Excellencies, Ministers, our sisters and brothers, allow me to say to you all, Nkwan Dehna Metachu Bedigami, welcome to everyone to Ethiopia and to Addis Ababa. And this pivotal session on resilient communities and healthy environment, the employment-intensive investment program, EIIP approach, it's truly an honor to moderate this distinguished panel as we set the stage for what promises to be a series of insightful discussions throughout this regional conference hosted here in the vibrant city of Addis Ababa. This year's conference, as you know, centers on the crucial intersection of pro-employment and climate-smart approaches in development. I congratulate the organizing team for coming up with such a timely themes and topics. I'm particularly excited that Ethiopia is hosting this conference, which offers us a unique opportunity for South-South learning, especially in job-rich sectors like infrastructure, environment, and agriculture. I agree that the conference also allows Ethiopia to showcase its own journey and learn from global good practices in promoting employment through innovative approaches. Ladies and gentlemen, this session I'm charged with to moderate today, focusing on resilient communities and healthy environment. The EIIP approach is particularly timely and relevant. As outlined in the conference theme, we are here to delve into innovative solutions for intensive infrastructure investment that simultaneously drive job creation, foster inclusive growth, champion environmental stewardship, ensure essential social safeguards, and build truly resilient infrastructure. As you can imagine, this broad theme naturally encompasses several critical dimensions, which we'll explore through the lens of our distinguished and resourceful panelists. The key sub-themes are, if I may quickly highlight, sub-theme number 1, building resilient communities through labor-based infrastructure. This sub-theme examines how investments can generate jobs, enhance livelihoods, and promote the balance between the use of labor technology and sustainability. This one investigates how we can strategically integrate these elements, labor, technology, and sustainability, to create decent and lasting employment. Sub-theme number 3, green and inclusive urban development. This one focuses on how job creation, sustainability, and climate solutions can converge in our growing urban sectors or centers. Sub-theme number 4, maximizing the social impact of infrastructure development. This sub-theme explores health, well-being, and equity. Brothers and sisters, to navigate these interconnected sub-themes, we have a distinguished panel of dignitaries and experts with us today, each bringing a unique perspective and wealth of experience. And they will be addressing critical aspects of centrality. In the interest of time, thank you so much, our Master of Ceremony. She has introduced the esteemed panelists in detail, but I will try to be brief on which pointers each panelist have to focus on later on. I thank you so much, and for sure we will have a very interesting time to delve into details in the continuing sessions, but the role of this session will be framing the discussions. So we'll continue with the next speaker. Thank you so much, and we'll continue with the remaining discussions.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Muferiat Kamil. We'll have you adding more insights as we proceed along the way. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a special speaker who will join this distinguished panel. And it has to do with the very host country of the 19th ILO conference. Welcome her. Ms. Fanfan Rwanyindo is the Assistant Director General and Regional Director for Africa at the International Labour Organization. She was appointed to this position effective October 1st, 2023. She's based in Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, and previously she served as the Minister of Public Service and Labour in Rwanda. Another key guest, another accomplished woman, a strong professional, to join us as a special guest in this panel. Ladies and gentlemen, join us in warmly welcoming Her Excellency Fanfan Rwanyindo Kiarangwa. Welcome, Your Excellency. And Your Excellency, now since you're here, I will invite you to be the very first speaker of our panel. You're most welcome.
Thank you so much for this brilliant moderation. His Excellency Shaltu Sani, Minister of Urban and Infrastructure, Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, His Excellency Move and Skills, Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Her Excellency Dr. Fitsum Asefa, Minister of Planning and Development, Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. His Excellency Mr. Yetim Geta Asrat, State Minister of Urban and Infrastructure, Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Her Excellency Dr. Teshale Beresha, State Minister, His Excellency Dr. Teshale Beresha, State Minister of Labor and Skills, Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. Honorable ministers and heads of delegations, African Union commissioners and representatives, representatives of regional and national employers and workers' organizations, development partners and UN colleagues here present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our youth here present, good afternoon. I'm delighted to be here in Addis for the 20th Regional Conference for Labor Practitioners, Labor-Based Practitioners. As a proud host of the 19th Regional Conference, at that time I was the Minister of Public Service and Labor and Employment in my country, Rwanda, I know the time, resources, and energy that goes into this conference. So let me start by expressing my sincere appreciation to the government of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia hosting this conference. Please join me to clap for them. The ILO and Ethiopia has a history of over 100 years of strong partnership. I also want to thank the African Union, partners, and ILO colleagues for making this conference happen. Honorable ministers, excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, as per the program, I'm expected to speak to the topic reimagining socio-economic development to ensure decent work and social justice for all. There are several inspiration teachings about imagination and or reimagination. One of the interesting quotes is from Muhammad Ali, who once said that the man who has no imagination has no wings. This sounds like conventional wisdom, but maybe Muhammad Ali was wrong on this one. In Africa, we have imagined and reimagined for too long, and we have still not grown wings to fly. The continent is still faced with some of the biggest decent work and social justice deficits in the world. Maybe the African proverb which says, "He who wants to fly like a bat must first learn to see in the dark," is more apt for Africa. Indeed, it's time to confront our challenges with concrete and impactful actions. Honorable ministers, excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the report on progress on decent work, SDG 8, recently presented to the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, held in Kampala last month, concludes that Africa is off track on achieving SDG 8. The report indicates that progress has stalled or been reversed in certain areas. It concludes that considerable efforts will be needed by many African countries if they are to achieve the goal by 2030 deadline. The slow progress on the continent is attributed to sluggish economic growth, inflationary pressures, the debt crisis, fiscal constraints, high informality, and high unemployment rates. Levels of poverty, inequality, and child labor remain stubbornly high. Social protection coverage remains low. Climate change and instability are reversing development gains or diverting resources from critical investments in economic and social development. I will speak to some of these issues. Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, an important starting point for reimagining change is how we deal with informality, the predominant form of employment in Africa. All of us are struggling with informality. All the ministers here present are aware of that, and really, I think it's one of the biggest challenges for them, informality. Informality has many interrelated causes, including those resulting from the regulatory frameworks and the limited capacity of economies to generate quality jobs in the formal economy. There is an urgent need to accelerate action by promoting policies that streamline regulatory frameworks, create incentives for compliance, and by increasing the availability of opportunities for decent employment with access to social protection for the millions of workers in the informal economy. In addition, establish supportive policies for improving the skills and productive capacities of people and enterprises to transition to formality. The 113th session of the International Labour Conference in June 2025, next month, will discuss innovative approaches to address informality and promoting the transition to formality for decent work. It is expected that the discussion will bring together a wealth of lessons and experiences to support the design and implementation of effective pathways to formality. Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, youth employment is one areas where we have not been short of imagination. Currently, close to 70% of countries in Africa have an active youth employment strategy. This clearly shows that youth employment is a top priority for Africa. Yet, the lack of productive and decent jobs remains the biggest labor market challenge for young people in Africa. But that's why we are here. I'm almost sure that we are going to have very good and interesting field visits on Wednesday, where we are going to see how Ethiopia is doing great by creating jobs through investments in infrastructures and other areas. So we are not just saying bad things, but also good things that should be celebrated. Africa is experiencing a rapid demographic transition characterized by significant growth of the youth population. This youth bulge could be the region's force for growth and major asset. However, the majority of this growing youth population lack access to decent employment opportunities. The ILO estimates that currently 26% of young people in Africa are neither in employment, education, or training. Over 70% of young workers are employed in jobs. Young women are significantly disadvantaged. Thus, realizing the benefit of youth bulge hinges on the capacity of African economies to create sufficient economic opportunities to integrate the growing youth population into productive and decent employment. The persistent employment challenge in Africa calls for pro-employment macroeconomic policy frameworks, employment as key policy target. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the AU ILO Youth Employment Strategy, fondly called Yes Africa, approved by AU Head of State in February 2025, provides an opportunity. Yes Africa is a comprehensive guiding framework designed to trigger structural transformation and change the world of work by creating decent jobs for all African youth. Yes Africa holds enormous promise for a future where our youth don't only have access to employment opportunities when seeking with the aims of supporting member states across the continent in developing skills and lifelong learning systems. In addition, the ILO is collaborating on skills. Honorable Ministers, is the life in poverty alleviation, addressing inequalities, vulnerability, and exclusion. It is a powerful tool for the economy and also an economic stabilizer in times of crisis. However, only 19.1% of the population receive some form of social protection benefit, far below the global estimate. Pandemic, the ILO Regional Office launched the Africa Regional Social Protection Strategy. The strategy has made several positive contributions to reforms, capacity building, social protection, capacity building, coverage expansion, and advocacy and awareness raising on social protection in Africa. Building on the progress made and further alignments with global and regional frameworks and processes, we have initiated a consultative process to review the strategy before the end of this year. The few challenges and opportunities I have highlighted speaks directly to the ILO Director General, Mr. Gilbert Humbo, relentless focus on social justice. We cannot achieve meaningful, inclusive, and sustainable development without reimagining social economic progress with the lens of social justice, or placing social justice at the center of our efforts. To this effect, the Director General launched the Global Coalition for Social Justice, a flagship ILO initiative to foster multilateral cooperation and accelerate progress toward the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. According to the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, at the heart of the coalition is the effort to rebuild the social contract through people-centered policies grounded and guided by social justice. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me talk to the theme of the conference. Since its inception in 1990, this conference has brought together tens of thousands of experts to share knowledge and experiences as a platform for mutual learning and encouraging South-South cooperation. This year's conference, the 20th in the series underscores the significance of this platform. The ILO is proud to be associated with it. With ILO support and its development partners, EIP interventions are being implemented across Africa. The theme for this year, Resilient Communities and Healthy Environment, the EIP approach and ILO's Employment Intensive Investment Program approach is critical to advancing social justice. Millions of people in Africa lack basic infrastructure, drinking water, healthcare, and education, so on and so forth. The poor state of infrastructure is compounded by the growing impact of climate change. Energy, transport, and water infrastructure are vulnerable to extreme weather and rising temperatures. In 2022, African countries lost close to 9 billion because of loss of and damage suffered and spent 5 to 15% of GDP per capita building back. The EIP approach has contributed to improving access to services, thereby positively impacting on living standards, poverty reduction, and equality of life. The EIP approach has also led to significant impact on employment creation, especially for the youth, and had positive impact on local economic development, building resilient communities and environmental safeguards and sustainability. All this, I'm saying, is not just speech, but will be also said by the other colleague ministers of Ethiopia, showcasing what is being done here in Ethiopia. Translating policies into actions is what we are going to talk about during this conference. Honorable Ministers, Excellency, distinguished guests, skills development and increased employment-intensive infrastructure at the 14th Africa Regional Meeting in 2019. As we prepare for the 15th Africa Regional Meeting taking place next year, I hope that this conference will also serve as an opportunity to reflect on the commitment of the Abidjan Declaration, the tenets of the EIP programs, and how we shape our common future. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude my statement, I would like to highlight key agenda items of the upcoming session of the International Labour Conference in June 2025. The first is the standard setting on protection against biological hazards in the working environment. The second is the standard state setting on decent work in the platform economy. The third one is the general discussion on innovative approaches to tackling informality and promoting transition towards formality to promote decent work, which I mentioned earlier. All three agenda items will be critical to advancing decent work and social justice for millions of workers in Africa. I urge you all to actively engage with the discussions. Another critical agenda item is the Second World Social Summit for Social Development, which will be held in Qatar in November this year. The summit is a unique opportunity to rally the international community behind the common objective of advancing social progress and social justice as a fundamental contribution to the achievement of sustainable peace and security, sustainable development, peace and security. This summit is particularly critical in light of recent developments, challenging global solidarity and future of the multilateral system. Let's all of us bring all our collective voices to the table to positioning social justice and decent work. In closing, I wish you all an exciting and productive few days as we engage in this learning and knowledge sharing conference. Before closing, I just want to reiterate my appreciation to the government of Ethiopia, and I really appreciate to see ministers here present working like as a one Ethiopian government. I really commend it and I really appreciate it. Thank you all. Asante sana.
Karibu, Your Excellency. Thank you very much once again, Your Excellency Fanfan Rwanyindo Kairangwa, the ILO Assistant Director General and Regional Director for Africa, also host of the 19th ILO Regional Conference during your tenure as Minister of Public Service and Labor of Rwanda. What strong and compelling words that we believe will be changed into actions. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. And now, ladies and gentlemen, session 2 is officially open with that keynote. Before I leave the floor to our moderator, Her Excellency Muferiat Kamil, we would like to also acknowledge participants who are joining us online. Ladies and gentlemen, the whole world is right here, physically joining us online as well. Welcome to those who are following our program online, our conference online. We hope that you get as meaningful insights as the one who are physically present here. Your Excellency Muferiat, I now leave the floor to you.
Thank you so much, my sister Tabitha, for the wonderful facilitation. And my Sister Excellency has said so many things in the summit. I will directly go to the next speaker, Planning and Development of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. The floor is yours, Dr. Fitzo.
Alrighty. Excellencies, allow me to stand on the order of protocol listed before me. Distinguished guests, good afternoon. I will be taking 15 minutes or so to say a bit on inclusive economic development driving employment and employability. Of course, I will speak on the Ethiopian experiences. Just to say, I hope this thing works, otherwise I'll just, okay. So that you all can see me from far and beyond. So, yes. So my presentation has 6 sections, but just few slides. I will conclude within the time which is allocated for my presentation. So just as an introduction, why inclusive economic development? You all know why, but just to refresh our memories, OECD defines inclusive growth as an economic growth that is distributed across society in a fair manner and creates opportunity for all. And of course, World Bank also has its own definition, of course, which is not mutually exclusive from the points that are raised on the definition of the OECD, but emphasizing on investment, private sector development, increasing productivity, because of course it's the private sector that creates employment, not the government. So such inclusive development is really important, and why it matters is clear for all of us, but just to say a few points on that, it enhances economic stability. So unless growth registered in any country is inclusive, economic stability cannot be achieved because only few selected segment of the society will benefit from the growth that is not inclusive, and then that would lead to economic instability. Of course, it promotes social cohesion as well. If we ensure the growth is inclusive, we will definitely achieve the objective of social cohesion, and of course drive sustainable and quality growth. So the name for inclusive economic growth in Ethiopia is quality growth. I will tell you later on speaking on the policies and the plan that Ethiopian government has committed to, which has registering quality economic growth as one of the 10 pillars of that plan. Just to give you the context of Ethiopia's economic development journey, laying foundation for inclusive growth. So in the past 20 years, of course, Ethiopia has achieved a remarkable growth, implementing several development plans spanning from a 1-year development plan to 5-year development plans. The famous GTP1 and GTP2, all of you may have come across, the document, as well as the policy areas that are prioritized in these plans. But again, since recently, 2018, after the change in the government, so we had to pause and think and reflect on the path we took in the past 20 or so years, and then see what we have achieved, but what stood as binding constraint in terms of ensuring inclusive development that really creates decent jobs, that really creates a system that works for all in terms of benefiting from the growth, be part of that growth. So since 2018, again, we devised a longer term development plan, 10-year development plan, which emphasizes on inclusivity and diversifying sources of growth instead of focusing on, for instance, agriculture leading the whole growth. So we have diversified the source of growth into 5 important sectors, of course, agriculture included, which stays as the backbone of Ethiopia's economy, and of course, manufacturing, mining, tourism, and digital economy are added as additional source of growth. With the 10-year development plan, again, comes the homegrown economic reform, which we have been implementing since 2019 to create an enabling environment for the plans that we have devised, for the targets and for the goals that we have set on our 10-year development plan to be implemented properly. So the first phase of the homegrown economic reform one was implemented, the homegrown economic reform was implemented from 2019 to 2021, creating lots of jobs, creating an enabling environment for the private sector to thrive and flourish. Of course, opening up the economy with, of course, other reforms pending to be implemented through the second phase of the homegrown economic reform, which is currently being implemented, and we have successfully implemented the opening up of the finance sector, opening up of the logistics sector, opening up of the telecom sector, and of course we have floated our bill and let the market manage the foreign exchange rates, or the foreign exchange regime has been left to the market, which has been the binding constraint to attract investment as well as really create decent jobs in the market. The key results, as you can see on the graphs there, Ethiopian economy sustained growth and, of course, a robust positive growth through the challenges, in spite of, for instance, COVID pandemic, as well as other domestic as well as external shocks and war elsewhere, for instance, globally. We have achieved double of the sub-Saharan Africa average growth, GDP growth, ensuring resilience through multiple challenges, as you can see there on the graph. Per capita GDP has also increased substantially from, for instance, 2004, it was $149 per capita, but now it stands at almost $2,000 per capita. Of course, we have also registered significant decline in poverty. Now, let me say a bit on employment trends in Ethiopia. Of course, Ethiopia's labor market mimics a typical labor market of a low-income country, where high and increasing employment to working age population. Ethiopia is a very useful country where 60 to 70% of our population is below 30 years of age, and high agriculture employment as part of the total employment. Of course, it has been declining from 1999, as you can see on that line graph, but it amounts to 65% now. 65% of our labor is employed in agriculture and related sectors. National unemployment stands at 8% by 2021. That's when the last survey was undertaken. But of course, just like any other low-income country, urban unemployment is higher than rural unemployment, and youth unemployment is higher, again, when we further disaggregate that. That's the reality that we are living in. Of course, the service sector is expanding very fast, and the second employer is the service sector, and the industry is somehow picking up after like 2021. Surveys, mini surveys indicate that, but the largest survey that we have is being undertaken. We'll see the results after a few months, but the industry sector is yet to play its role in terms of creating the decent job. The Excellency Speaker, my sister that spoke earlier than me, spoke about the informality of our economies. So that informality should be cured through sectors like the industry sector. So that's happening in Ethiopia, but yet to create more decent jobs. Let me speak about policies, and later on I'll talk about practical actions on the ground. So our policies are inclusive and growth focused. Ethiopia has pursued inclusive growth policies over the past 3 decades. The plans, the agriculture development-led industrialization, and other GTP1 and GTP2 growth and transformation plan 1 and 2 were implemented. Industrial development strategy of the 2002 and the new manufacturing and industry policy of 2024 are notable. Of course, we have one of the largest social protection program in Africa, the Productive Safety Net program which creates, of course, jobs, but at the same time provides safety net to millions of Ethiopians, and standing as the largest social protection program, as I've said earlier. Again, now the 10-year development plan, which runs from 2021 to 2030, which well aligns with regional and global development frameworks like the Africa Agenda 2063 and the UN SDG, which prioritizes, again, inclusiveness and citizen benefits, and of course job creation, creating decent jobs through macroeconomic stability and sustainable growth. So this 10-year development plan has several, like 10 pillars, all spoke to the creation of sustainable and balanced macroeconomic condition, to create an enabling environment for the private sector to play its role and to take the front seat in driving the economic growth in this country. I spoke about the homegrown economic reform 1 and 2. Here, expanding sources of growth to all the 5 sectors I mentioned earlier, inclusive finance, policies spanning from fiscal, monetary to changing the FX regime for once and all, and to public sector reform in creating an ease of doing business environment to ensure accountability and, of course, transparency, to remove bureaucratic red tapes, which speakers stated earlier. Again, we have a new micro, small, and medium enterprises policy aiming at creating favorable conditions for MSMEs incubation and growth, which, of course, definitely ensures growth is inclusive, creates, again, decent jobs, as well as empowers citizens and really helps the government in its aspiration to create lots of middle-income citizens. So much about the policies and the reform works, but what are we doing on the ground, practically, the actions? So, series of strategic interventions to create sustainable jobs for growth, for growing labor force. Some of the notable things that Ethiopian government has been doing is development of industrial parks and special economic zones across the country to attract both domestic and foreign direct investment in manufacturing, to boost export and create jobs. In this regard, we have 10 special economic zones and 2 industrial parks and 1 free trade area currently operational. Again, focus on key sectors with high job creation potentials, textile and garments, leather products, pharmaceuticals, and food processing, creating more than 100,000 jobs in the industrial parks since 2014. In the manufacturing sector as well, we have outside of the industrial parks, thousands of factories creating again hundreds of thousands of jobs. The construction sector again is the leading player in job creation, again in GDP growth as well. The growth rate that the construction sector registered is 12.6% over an average of 12.6% over the past 9 years, and of course is a key driver of employment in Ethiopia. I'm sure you will be looking around at this in one of the days of your stay here in Addis. The city rehabilitation and renewal project in Addis, it's not happening only in Addis, it's also happening in 65 other cities across the country, employing thousands, tens of thousands of skilled and semi-skilled workers on the project, involving again thousands of small and medium enterprises associated working on construction sector, which again created thousands of jobs by themselves. Of course, the city rehabilitation and the corridor development is creating resilient communities and resilient cities, which is, of course, one of the themes of this conference. Agro-processing is also another area with this huge agriculture sector in Ethiopia. We have to work on the agro-processing sector. We have 3 huge integrated agro-industrial parks. Again, we have the horticulture sector creating 200,000 jobs, mostly for women. The Green Legacy Initiative, which is spearheaded by our Prime Minister, His Excellency Abiy Ahmed, again creates more than 1 million green jobs, again mostly for women in this sector as well. Agricultural mechanization is a new area that the government is working on, creating diversification of rural economies and as well creating non-farm employment for the rural youth. Other areas that the government of Ethiopia is working regarding employability is skills and the education system. Our network of TVET programs across the country have seen unprecedented reform and expansion in the past 5 years, growing alignment of TVETs with labor market demands, and to improve quality of skills that our youth holds, and of course differentiation zoning reforms, which my sister might speak later on, which really speaks to the demand in the labor market as well as the private sector. We have revamped our higher education system. Initiatives such as zoning and differentiation that have happened in the higher education system is also increasing the employability of our youth, focusing on STEM fields, foster research and innovation relevant to industry needs. A comprehensive measure is also being taken to enhance quality of higher education. Targeted skill development programs, especially focusing on digital economy. We have launched again with an initiative that is spearheaded by with our Prime Minister, 5 million Ethiopian coders to equip our workforce with digital skills of the modern economy. Sustainable employment, again, with entrepreneurship and enterprise development initiatives spearheaded by, again, my sister, Minister of Labor and Skills. But we still have challenges that endure in this system that yet to be tackled by our policies and actions on the ground. High unemployment rate, particularly among youth in urban areas, still is a challenge. High levels of subsistence employment, mainly in agriculture and informality, is also a challenge. Skill mismatch, which still need to be addressed. Of course, several initiatives are there now and will definitely reap the fruits of our initiatives very soon, but it's still one of our top priorities on our table. Weak industry, academia, research center linkage, NASET, private sector, limited the volume of jobs created for the growing job seekers, and low rural income diversification causing abnormal rural-urban migration. In conclusion, Ethiopia has made significant economic and social progress in the past years, but keeping the current momentum of economic reforms are crucial to translate growth into widespread and meaningful employment, which is deemed inclusive by all of us. For us, inclusive growth is not merely an aspiration, it is a fundamental principle guiding our development policies, ensuring that the benefits of progress are shared by all our citizens. I thank you all for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Filson, for the wonderful presentation regarding the challenges as well as the trends, how Ethiopia is doing to ensure a decent job. And our next speaker will be my sister, Dr. Sukumato, Chief of the Employment and Investment Branch of the ILO. Welcome and great to have you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, Ambassadors, distinguished guests, ILO colleagues, and old-time friends. I'm very pleased and grateful to the Ethiopian authorities to join you in Addis once again and to be able to address this 20th Regional Labor-Based Conference following the 17th Regional Seminar, which was held here almost 8 years ago. The focus was then on delivering on the Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs, in a very different backdrop to the one that we are faced with today, where the challenges may even be greater to be able to reach these goals. Today, it's symbolic that we are all here, as I think that our Director General had also mentioned, since your presence truly is a strong testament to your continued commitment to job creation and to the promotion of the decent work agenda and the need to be able to build resilient communities and a healthy environment. The world is facing many uncertainties in this current era of profound change, uncertainty, and crisis, and these uncertainties need to be turned into opportunities by investing in the job-rich sectors, among others in infrastructure, but also enabling productivity gains, being able to promote trade, creating positive spillovers which can help spread resources more equitably. Allow me just quickly to highlight some of the global employment challenges that I believe we're facing. Just to mention a few, over 200 million people are still globally unemployed. 780 million workers are living on less than $2 a day. Over 55% of the informal jobs, as I think has been mentioned by my colleagues earlier, and over 29% are living on the edge of poverty. 2 billion are living in conflict, many which are protracted. And by 2030, nearly 60% of the extreme poor will live in fragile, conflict, and violence-ridden environments. And I don't think that's the world we want to live in. So ministers, distinguished guests, and colleagues, the need to be able to build resilient communities has never been clearer. Public and private investments should be used to be able to create inclusive job opportunities, stimulating consumer spending, and generating a positive feedback loop that fosters overall economic development and prosperity, creating multipliers throughout the local economy. Moreover, these investments in certain sectors can help in optimizing technological change and innovation, as I think has already been mentioned today, which in turn will shape employment outcomes in terms of quantity, quality, and the accessibility of these investments. The growing need to even further narrow the financial gap to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals underscores the necessity for holistic and systemic approach to inclusive sectoral policies that are most helpful in increasing its size and the contribution of these specific sectors, increasing their productivity and competitiveness to truly have a transformational impact. So what is the importance of productive and decent jobs and being able to create these resilient communities and a healthy environment, you may ask? There are job opportunities in several sectors. For example, in construction, as already been mentioned today. According to the ILO, the contribution of the construction sector to employment in Africa is still low. It stands at around 4.2%, while other regions in the world are averaging 8%. This is due to a mix of factors, including underinvestments in infrastructure, limited private sector engagement, and the premature adoption of capital-intensive technologies that overlook the use of local resources. Current trends show that investments in Africa need to grow by more than 5% to meet the massive demand for infrastructure estimated at about $100 billion. And in addition, investments in climate-resilient infrastructure and maintenance need to increase further in Africa. So there's many opportunities for inclusive employment growth in the construction sector, particularly for young people who are currently not in employment, education, or training, what we call needs. Social and environmental challenges cannot be addressed separately, nor in silos. They also need to be addressed in a holistical manner and with systemic thinking, with a strong vision and leadership at every level. Job creation, unfortunately, and this is often something that I say in many opportunities to speak, is that unfortunately job creation is often left as a residual of national policies, when actually mainstreaming employment, and decent ones at that, should be in the forefront of all strategies and policies. They can address root causes, especially around informality, inequality, some of the instability that we're seeing these days, and in other words, also addressing some of the decent work deficits. Also jobless growth and a formal sector which unfortunately is not able to absorb the most vulnerable workers who need employment just to be able to sustain their simple livelihoods. Allow me to cite the example from Tunisia as one example, where the ILO with the Tunisian government, in support of the European Union and Swiss cooperation and others, has supported the program called Initiative Pilote pour un développement local intégré. This pilot program revitalized 14 undeserved municipalities by improving basic infrastructure, enhancing services, and creating jobs while doing this, especially those with jobs which were led by women. The initiative has fostered sustainable livelihood, local economic development, I just lost my train of thought, and also significantly strengthened the resilience of local communities. The kind of integrated participatory development is exactly what the ILO's employment-intensive investment approach has been delivering over the last 55 years in a number of sectors. Also, another example, South Africa, where through the expanded public works program, they have been able to directly target women, youth, and disabled who are in vulnerable situations through their national public employment program, through a coordinated, holistic approach. Finally, there's so many examples that I could give today in many countries that we have been supporting and working with, but I'll just leave it with those two. But for Africa, this must be a turning point. With youth-dominated populations and large informal economies, the region stands to benefit enormously from smart investments and decent jobs, and by being able to tackle informality. And as mentioned before, also some of the root causes of some of the informality that exists. More than 85% of employment in Africa remains informal, often lacking protections, contracts, or income security. The ILO's recommendation number 204 offers a roadmap to formalization, and one that is actually enabling and not punitive. ILO also supports countries to carry out employment impact assessments, design national public employment programs, extend social protection through public works, simplify business registration, develop strategies for employment-intensive investments in rural infrastructure, but also in addition to strengthening labor inspection systems, all contributing to the core mandate of the ILO, social justice. So we need to be clear that formalization is not just an economic reform. It's a strategy for dignity, equity, and opportunity. So this conference is not only a space to reflect on the good practices and develop new strategies, but a reminder of the values that we hold dear: the right to decent work, the imperative of social justice, the power of solidarity, and our shared humanity. But reflection only has value if it builds on our capacity to be able to take action. Allow me now to share some of the key principles and the work methods of the Employment-Intensive Investment Program and its role in reversing the decent work deficits in Africa. So as a long-established program of the ILO, the Employment-Intensive Investment Program has existed since about, I think, the 1970s. It has been able to contribute to Africa's regional priorities by offering well-tested technical assistance to ensure that Africa is strengthening its national capacity to address these matters in a way that we are not leaving anyone behind. As early as 1935, the ILO published a report that was called the ILO's Public Work Policy. Many of you may not know this, which set the agenda for the next 90 years to assess the impact of infrastructure investments, including exploring the cost per person day of employment created, the cost of the production of a unit of infrastructure, and the employment impact of these investments. So whether it is about carrying out employment impact assessments with data-driven insights to promote policies which are effective and responsive, allowing for cost-effective decision-making, or to support the capacity development of implementation of some of our operational labor-based programs which have been spearheaded by the EIP, the ILO has, with many of you who are here at this conference, walked the talk, aligning our actions with our words and demonstrating the commitment through tangible, practical actions in the field. And for that, I sincerely thank you all. The EIP creates opportunities to change people's lives at the community level while improving access to markets and essential services such as education, healthcare, access to water. And in doing so, it builds capabilities of local government, social partners, both workers and employers, strengthens dignity, and enhances the resilience of communities, local communities at that. These interventions need to be adapted and scaled up to also meet the new challenges and demands, including the environmental ones, and strengthening prevention, preparedness, and increased resilience around disasters, while also supporting emergency employment programs to fragile and conflict-ridden areas in this region. So what distinguishes the ILO's Employment-Intensive Investment Program approach and makes this approach unique from others is that it supports the ILO's core mandate through fair wages, equal opportunities, providing safe working conditions, and promoting social dialogue. So why should we invest in infrastructure in times of economic crisis? Public employment programs, or what's also called public work programs, have been the most common measure for government to respond in times of economic crisis. This has been the case since the foundation of the ILO, and the very first recommendation of the ILO on unemployment, Recommendation 1, which was adopted in 1919, already made reference to the execution of all works undertaken under public authority as part of the response to recovery from the First World War I. The ILO's engagement with public works started with the promotion of public works immediately after World War I in support of social justice, which is the mandate of the ILO. It then took the aspiration to become actually the coordinating body for international counter-cyclical employment creation on a mass scale in the 1930s until World War II. So I'd be curious to know how many of you are aware of this, but the ILO was very much engaged in this since the early foundation. So since then, the ILO focused on improving the design of public works, but its role in post-war reconstruction was more limited than it had anticipated. By the late 1950s, the ILO had begun to develop a unique role as the provider of employment and stimulus, and provider of technical assistance to member states on the design of interventions to create employment and stimulus economic development by promoting labor-intensive technologies. And since then, the ILO has actively and continuously engaged with these measures, also in support of ILO conventions and recommendations. And the EIP produced a publication a few years back called Employment Intensive Infrastructure Programs, Labor Policies and Practices, as a means to ensure progress on standards and working conditions with the support of national stakeholders and social partners. In 1964, both the ILO's Convention and Recommendation 122 on full employment was adopted. This coincided with the entry of many newly independent member states who increasingly had to respond to persistent unemployment and especially underemployment. And in the 1970s, the EIP was founded and has continued to lead this work in the ILO ever since. So the longevity of this program, which is about 55 years now, testifies to the relevance of such interventions. The ILO also published a book on the 100 years of public works, which chronicles a lot of what I just mentioned, and actually also talks about the depth of the ILO's engagement in public works over the last century, documenting the role of these programs in times of crises. So I mention this if in case this is of interest, you can contact one of our colleagues and we can ensure that you're able to get a copy. So why or in what way can infrastructure investments tackle structural underemployment in the African context, you may ask? So infrastructure investments play a crucial role in addressing structural underemployment in Africa by fostering economic transformation and creating sustainable job opportunities for those that are not able to find jobs on the labor market. Every year, countries invest some 2.5 trillion in essential infrastructure like roads, bridges to support growth. However, a critical challenge exists with the global gap of about 94 trillion in infrastructure spending, which is leaving many basic needs behind or unmet. So many of the experts confirm that infrastructure investment needs to increase from about 3 to 3.6% to be able to bridge this gap. In offering essential services like clean water, healthcare, education, and reliable energy, something that everybody should have access to. And recent employment impact assessments have confirmed that in the public or private investments of many countries, there continues to be decent work deficits, insufficient targeting of women and youth, and that oftentimes infrastructure sector still has great potential for creating more jobs than in other sectors. So infrastructure plays a vital role in structural transformation, being able to help economies shift from traditional sectors and more innovative industries by enhancing productivity, boosting trade on local products, for example, and connectivity, improving workforce mobility, and even possibly by attracting new investments in appropriate technologies and facilitating and driving economic diversification. However, I also want to, and I know that I've been emphasizing infrastructure a lot, but I also wanted to note that other sectors also do offer employment-intensive opportunities which should not be neglected. For example, recent ILO studies have confirmed that investing in nature-based solutions, these are jobs primarily in ecosystem conservation, environmental restoration, and management, could create some 32 million new jobs by 2030, where the greatest employment gains are expected in Africa. At the same time, other sectors, such as those covering care, education, and long-term care services, could actually generate up to 299 million jobs by 2036. So in conclusion, distinguished ministers, guests, and colleagues, it is important for us to stop, brainstorm, and share what we have accomplished over all these years, bring the evidence and the impact that shows that we are making a difference together on the ground in practical levels. This is what the 20th Regional Conference is about. It's not just in solidarity, but it's our duty that we ensure that we have learned from the good practices and the bad ones too, and raise to the challenge and think out of the box in these uncertain times, but with a more holistic and systemic leadership to see how to increase our impacts through increasing job opportunities, documenting the good evidence that we have, and working together to make the lives of vulnerable people, the ones who are affected the most, a little better. Millions still remain excluded from decent work, education, and essential protections. We are living in different times. The ILO founding motto still holds true. If you desire peace, cultivate justice. With that, I thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mito Sukamato, for the wonderful insights. Thank you. And our next speaker, last but not least, is Dr. Teshala Berecha. Dr. Teshala Berecha is the State Minister of Labor and Skills of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia.
Excellency Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My topic for today is public employment programs, Ethiopian experience. As the last speaker, I will be brief because I'm complimenting on my colleagues from Ethiopia who spoke earlier. And regarding the policy context related to employment, particularly decent employment in Ethiopia, we have 120 million population in Ethiopia, and every year close to 2 million people are joining the labor force. So if we see this figure, it is inducing some challenges, but our employment policy in Ethiopia is aspiring to harness the opportunity in this untapped potential of our young people. The employment policy in Ethiopia is focusing on decent job creation that favors fair pay and also safe working conditions for our workers. And also the policy promotes skill-led job creation to ensure sustainability of jobs created in the labor market. The policy also give attention for inclusivity, including gender-sensitive and youth employment perspectives. Our policy also focuses on startup ecosystem building, including entrepreneurship campaigns, both focused entrepreneurship development and mass entrepreneurship. And finally, the policy also promotes to reduce unemployment and underemployment in the economy. As Her Excellency, our Minister, Dr. Fusum said, in our 10 years perspective plan, we have planned to create 20 million jobs, considering 2 million people are joining the labor force every year. But when we come to the actual annual plan of the Ethiopian government, we are planning more than 3 million job creation, both self and wage employment. Of course, Ethiopia's employment policy is, giving special attention for self-employment, and through self-employment, both the national government and the regional governments are, focusing in ensuring appropriate ecosystem. Second topic maybe is with regard to institutional building. Since job creation is a multi-stakeholder business, the Ethiopian government has established public institutions that coordinate the job creation endeavor and the skill development. The Ministry of Labor and the Skills, where I came from, is one of the witnesses, and there are also other institutions, public institutions like the Entrepreneurship Development Institute, which is exclusively working on developing entrepreneur ecosystem in Ethiopia. There are also regional authorities that coordinate job creation endeavors, and also intersectorial joint plans and intersectorial coordination platform and different councils. There are also private sector entities closely working on job creation and skill development endeavors, like Chamber of Commerce, different associations, and sector skill councils, where ILO is also a champion in promoting this sector skill council. When we come to the national plans, we are planning to create more than 3 million, as I said before. To do this, there are flagship initiatives. There are flagship public employment programs, which has been discussed, of course, in the speech of our distinguished ministers earlier. One of the flagship employment program in Ethiopia is the productive safety net program, and also there is an urban productive safety net and job project, which is interlinked with this safety net program. This program has passed through many phases, and it has addressed so many people in rural and urban areas by engaging in labor-intensive jobs and green jobs. It also helped many unemployed youths in urban areas and help them to transit to relatively stable and sustainable livelihood. The flagship program also supports the beneficiaries with business startups, including skill development and mentoring and coaching service to start their own business. There are also other initiatives by the Ethiopian government, which were already mentioned by other ministers. I don't want to repeat them. Our initiatives in agriculture, including the Green Legacy, and also the initiatives that is focusing on improving the food systems and nutrition in Ethiopia. We call it the Bounty of Basket Initiative, which mainly focuses on improving the productivity and effectiveness of the livestock sector, and come up with some changes in the nutrition and food system. In the manufacturing sector, it was well said about the industrial park. Ethiopia has built many industrial parks and free trade zones where hundreds of thousands of people have been employed. And also we have a Made in Ethiopia initiative, which is mainly focusing on improving the effectiveness and the productivity of the existing private industries, private manufacturing industries. Through this mobilization initiative, many industries have increased their production capacity and employed more people, more young people in their industries. The infrastructural development, it was also well said, and I don't want to repeat that. Finally, I will say about the digital economy, the Digital Ethiopia 2025, which is particularly focusing on creating startup ecosystem. We have a startup proclamation, and also it is closely working on creating ease of doing business, including ease of doing business registration, and many tech-based startups have been established in the last 2-3 years. When we come to the second topic, which is related to the skill development endeavor in Ethiopia, Ethiopia actually promotes, as I said before, the skill-led job creation to ensure sustainability. Our skill development policy promotes demand-driven training approach, where the industry and the private sector is a co-creator of occupational standards and curriculum, and also the private sector is engaged in internship and cooperative training activities. It also promotes competency-based learning, and our skill development policy in Ethiopia promotes the formal, non-formal, and informal learning approach, including the recognition of prior learning. Again, I will say ILO is also a champion in recognition of prior learning initiative in Ethiopia. Through this initiative, we are reaching different segments of the society, including the vulnerables and people in the rural area. So our skill development policy want to address formal training, non-formal and informal training mechanisms. We have also the national qualification framework to ensure standardization of certification. We have one unified national qualification framework which ensures and encourages labor mobility across the nation and also labor mobility across the regions. Recently, we are closely working with regional countries like Kenya and Tanzania, and also we are closely working with IGAD countries to harmonize our curriculum and our qualification framework, so that any graduates from any countries in the region can work in somewhere else in another country. We are promoting regional integration through skills. Ethiopia is also building the National Labor Market Information System, which is a robust system that captures data of employment related issues from the supply side and also from the demand side. This National Labor Market Information System is capturing information from training providers, from vocational institutions, from universities, and also from employers and data of workforce. Through this, we are aspiring to narrow the mismatch of skills in the labor market. It also helps us to forecast the skill requirements in the labor market, and finally helps our government to decide informed decision making. There are also other practices by the training providers in Ethiopia, like the tracer study programs of our graduates to know the whereabouts of the graduates of vocational institutions and higher education. And we have also other platforms like job fairs, events that connect the job seekers with the employers. Every vocational institutions and higher education in Ethiopia are conducting such kind of job fairs to connect the job seekers with at every vocational learning and career tool in our TVET system that helps continuous improvement and lifelong learning in Ethiopia. The third topic and the last one, tips. In Ethiopia, we have an entrepreneurship development institute, as I said before, which is exclusively working on improving innovation and startups ecosystem in Ethiopia. This institute, in collaboration with other ministries and other entities, is working on entrepreneurship skill training in every vocational institutions in universities. They have skill development centers and entrepreneurship development center in every public and private providers in Ethiopia. This institute is also working on awareness creation campaign, what we call mass entrepreneurship in Ethiopia, including our farmers and people in the rural area. We are addressing hundreds of thousands of people through mass entrepreneurship to change the work culture and also to improve the entrepreneurship ecosystem. The government of Ethiopia has also a flagship initiative called the Youth Revolving Fund. It's a national fund distributed to all regions to support access to finance for small and micro enterprises. Similarly, the regional governments, all regional governments are also allocating some amount of revolving fund every year for self-employment in Ethiopia. There are also credit facilities by micro and small enterprise finances. Finally, we have also incubation and acceleration initiatives to improve the innovation ecosystem in Ethiopia. We have two flagship initiatives. We call them, one is the Bright Ethiopia program, the Bruh Ethiopia program, and the second one is the Skill Ethiopia program. These two programs have a grand intervention from the grassroots to the national level. There is a grand pitching event from local administration to national level, and the final selection will be conducted at national level. Once the selection is conducted, those selected, ideas and people will be in the boot camp, and they will get mentoring and coaching service by entrepreneurs, and finally they will incubate as startup businesses. This is the Bruh Ethiopia. And the Skill Ethiopia program, we have more than 1,500 private and public Tibet institutions in Ethiopia. From these Tibetan institutions, we are conducting skill competition event. The winners of these skill competition events are coming up with some products and business ideas so that these products will be incubated through the Skill Ethiopia program, which is also another flagship initiative of the Ethiopian government. Finally, achievements, yes, 3 million plus job creation every year, as I said before. Ethiopia is also doing on overseas employment, and 350,000 Ethiopian workers have been deployed in many destination countries where they are deployed in dignified manner because Ethiopia has bilateral agreement with those countries. We have expanded Tibetan institutions to different segments of the society. Entrepreneurship ecosystem is also underway. Self-employment, and we are providing market and work production facilities for startups, including land, working areas, and also physical and digital marketing facilities for our business startups. Amid these all achievements, of course, there are challenges. So most of the challenges have been raised by the speakers in this room this morning. I don't want to repeat. The access to finance is one of our challenges, especially for self-employment. Youth unemployment, especially in urban area, is still a challenge. And the stakeholder coordination. Even though we have coordination mechanisms, still stakeholder coordination is a challenge. So in the coming years, Ethiopia is aspiring to strengthen the linkage between the private sector and the academia to ensure and to minimize mismatch of skills. And we need to more build on, innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem. Thank you all for hearing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Teshale. I know that today I'm sitting in a hot seat, right? It's very tough to interrupt such insights from the floor, which is delivered by our esteemed panelists. I'm not sure that I can summarize each of the presentations due to time constraint because we are a bit behind our schedule. But I decided, according to the sector which I'm leading, it needs to be flexible, right? So it's good to summarize what was said in general terms than dwelling with each and every speech. Is it okay for you? Because we're behind the schedule. So first of all, I would like to thank our esteemed panelists, starting from the tone setting by Her Excellency, my sister, Fan, which has spotlighted the broader socio-economic development landscape, reflecting on regional trends, including the ILO's global initiative in addressing unemployment and inequality. So having the importance of inclusive development and the significance of this conference in promoting decent work and a just transition toward this environmentally sustainable economics, and followed by the efforts and the undergoing initiatives in Ethiopia, which was presented by Dr. Fitsu. And you can see that the commitment of the government of Ethiopia in terms of mainstreaming this very crucial agenda to the different sectors is making a difference. So she went through the insights and how implementing employability is translated in Ethiopia, and how the policy reforms, national efforts in promoting employment and climate smart initiatives are undergoing, and the role of the public investment in the achievements and challenges in mainstreaming employment objectives. And my sister, Dr. Mito Sukumato, has walked us through to broaden our perspective by sharing inclusive global EIIP initiatives and trends reflected on global socio-economic drivers of inequality, introduced the principle of EIP, highlighted a role in reversing the decent work deficit, and discussed global and regional initiatives, partnerships, and case studies in disaster response. Last but not least, my brother and colleague, Dr. Teshale, has delved into the specifics of public employment programs, drawing on the Ethiopian experience, and he has highlighted the objectives and impacts of current initiatives, discussed the crucial alignment of skills development with market demands, and reflected on the significance of fostering entrepreneurship for sustainable development. I'm confident that our panelists' insights will not only enrich our understanding of the EIIP approach, but also inspire concrete actions as we move forward in the subsequent sessions of this conference. And my hope is that there are so many breakout sessions, so the sub-teams as well as the framework which is given through this session will be dealt in detail in those sessions. And I really would like to thank you all. And as we draw this session to a close, several key takeaways have emerged that will undoubtedly shape discussions and the sessions to come. And we have heard compelling perspectives on the critical nexus between resilient communities and a healthy environment, and a strategic implementation of employment-intensive investment programs. And we can see practically, while we visit the different parts of Addis and different institutions, you can realize that how the construction sector is playing a pivotal role in terms of creating jobs. And my sister can complement, had it not been for the constraint of time, on average, 20% of the GDP is coming from the construction sector. So we can realize that how Ethiopia is working on this sector, and you can see the construction sector is booming in housing, be it in city development, be it in the different initiatives and programs undergoing in Ethiopia. So you will be the witness, and we can share experiences and learn from each other through the exposure we have in the coming few days. I'm certain you all are with, and you were with me and with the panelists, that the insights shared by our panelists have underscored the urgent need for innovative solutions that not only addressed the infrastructure gaps, but also prioritized job creation, inclusivity, and environmental sustainability. Last but not least, I would like to thank all the organizers of this very important meeting, especially the Ministry of Urban and Construction, which is led by my sister, Excellency Chaltu, and the country team of ILO, as well as our regional director. Thank you for your leadership in realizing this very critical gathering for the 20th summit. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Muferiat Kamil, for an exceptional moderation of the session. And now, ladies and gentlemen, join us in warmly escorting back our distinguished speakers back to their seats. You're most welcome. Thank you all so much for your very meaningful insights. I have important announcements to make. I would like to request all participants to remain here, and would like to escort ministers and state ministers through the exit door that's to the right. They will proceed for lunch. We'll stay here and we'll continue to make other announcements as we avoid traffic by allowing the ministers and state ministers to depart first. Once again, thank you all so much for your participation. These are the kind reminders that I would like to make. First, you can scan the QR code on the badge to access the agenda. The site to visit is exclusively for international participants, but registration ends today, so make sure to scan the QR code and select your preferred site to visit. The preferred sites, yes. Ministers, state ministers, you can exit through the exit towards my right side. Only ministers and state ministers, please proceed to exit towards my right side, the back door. We also have cocktails this evening at Friendship Park, which will be a chance to relax after a long day. We continue to request other participants to remain here seated, and would like to announce that lunch has been prepared at the Meles Zenawi building, but protocol and facilitators will guide us there. So we can remain here seated as we give priority to ministers and state ministers to depart first for lunch at the Meles Zenawi building, and the rest of us will then follow. I would like to thank you the wonderful audience. With your attentiveness, you really brought the best out of each speaker. Lunch will be at Melezanawi building, and then we'll come back at around an hour later for the afternoon sessions. Please enjoy your lunch. Please enjoy your stay at the 20th ILO Regional Conference. Thank you all so much. Once again, those who haven't scanned yet, site visitation registration ends today. So make sure you scan the QR code displayed on the screen and select your preferred site to visit. Site visitation is only for international participants, and the site which you've selected will then be sent to you via email. So make sure you're connected, make sure you check your email and find out where you'll be visiting on Wednesday. Also, take note that we have cocktails today in the evening, so be sure not to miss that as well. Enjoy your lunch, that will be at Melezanawi building, and have a lovely afternoon. We'll see you back in an hour later.
ቪዥንን ነው የሚያሳየው። እንዳለን
These are the guys who can make this computer a success or a failure. If they decide to switch off, stand back. So, this afternoon, what presentation for us? I'll just tell you. So who's in can I start? Who's in production? Mix production. Ah, okay. Yeah, so you just, I think there is a video. Because there are two here. I don't know how to do two. I don't know who's coordinating. Okay. Let me just say to you, then you see. The statement for the Director General, the right statement, but the wrong.
No, they are vice
Okay. Because
inside
They advise us.
So it is the same format. So you will delete later, right? Just give me back.
Boleh. የዛሬውን
ፈቃደኛ ሲነገረን እኛ በጣም እንደዚህ ክሎዝ ጓደኛሞች ያንተ ሚስቴ ይፈርም
presentation አለ እንዴ? ለዚህ ሴሽን አላቸው? So are we ready? አምባሳደሩ አልተነካም ጭራሽ በቃ የለም በዛ አይደል?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I trust lunch was great. We completely understand we had a very extended morning session, and it's not going to be easy to get people back in. But then again, in the interest of time, we're going to have to get started with the people we have in the room. once we make sure our speakers and panelists are in the house. If not, we'll just give it a few more minutes. And it's my hope the event organizers will help me get people back inside. So it's our hope that everybody's in the room. I would like to begin with some housekeeping announcements. Those of you attending tonight's cocktail reception, please make sure you return to your hotels or wherever you're staying and find a way to get dressed in a simple way, because we have a long way to walk within the park. Once we get off the cars or the buses, there is a substantial amount of walk we have to do. And especially for ladies, you may want to lose the heels, because it won't be easy for you to walk to the point where we do the event. And you will not enjoy the park much. And it's a cocktail, and I'm assuming it's going to be a standing arrangement. So we want to make sure you're not going to suffer standing on your heels. So freshen up, go to your rooms, freshen up, get changed into something more comfortable, especially shoes. Maybe you want to carry a jacket as well. You might get a bit cold because the rainy seasons are kind of arriving in Ethiopia, and it could rain as well, so you don't want to suffer the cold. So make sure you wear something, you know, like a jacket. If my technical team can display the QR code, if you could please display the QR code for one. Well, the QR code on your badges will take you, if you scan them, they will take you straight to the agenda. So if you want to access the agenda, please feel free to scan the code on your badge. Each code has a title on it, so it will take you straight to the agenda, and you'll know who's speaking and what panels are about. And my team at Flawless, the technical team, please display the QR code for the site visit. If you're attending, international participants, if you're attending Wednesday's tour, please make sure you scan this QR code, which will take you straight to the options we have for you. So you know what we have, and you pick the locations that you would like to go and see. This access to register is going to close tonight, so make sure you register within this afternoon. We would like to know who wants to go where, so we can manage the logistics ahead of time. Take a minute, please, and scan this QR code if you're going to join us for the tour on Wednesday, and select register for the places you would like to see. You could do that as we go through the panel as well, because we have the whole afternoon for it. But as of 6 p.m., this option is going to close. At this point, I would like to announce that all ministers and ministers' delegates are on their side event. so they will not be joining us here. They have a side session they're going to have. So in case we have any ministers that are not part of this session now, or representatives of ministers, you have to move to the third floor to the ministerial session. I'll say this once again, the ministers are having their ministerial session now. If you are here, and if you're a minister or representing any of the ministers from your respective countries, the ministerial session is on the third floor, so you have to step outside and join the ministers. Yes, sir. You're a minister, sir? Are you a minister? A representative of a minister? So you have to step outside. The ushers will guide you to the third floor where the ministerial session is happening. I think you have to be there. I'm dragging my legs just to make sure there are, enough people in the room to get it started. There were times I sat on a panel looking at empty chairs and it's awkward and I know how it feels. So I want to make sure our speakers don't feel that way. Ushers and organizing committee members, please help us to get people from outside to join us. It's not going to be easy because people love to network and mingle and chit-chat outside after lunch. So organizing team members as well as ushers from Flawless, please step outside and help us bring people in and announce that we're getting to start this session. Thank you. Okay, it looks like the room is better now, so I will try to slowly get us into the panel. So this session is, in case you've already accessed the agenda from the QR code on your badges, you may see that this session is building resilient communities through labor-based infrastructure, jobs, livelihoods, and inclusive development, which would have been moderated by His Excellency Ahmed Shide, Minister of Finance of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, but he had an urgent engagement. He was not able to make it, so we have a very good replacement. We are joined by Dr. Wubshat Rikala sitting down there, one of the most seasoned professionals in the sector. He is going to moderate the session for us. But before I introduce my moderator, please allow me to check if all panelists are in the house. Ato Tasfai Berihun, that is Mr. Tasfai. So there was an incident at the UNECA once where we were having an event and we were joined by folks from all over Africa and around the world. And we were addressing Ethiopians with Ato, which is equivalent to Mr. And unfortunately, not everybody knew that. And our moderator was a foreigner, and he was addressing everybody as Mr. Ato. That's Mr. And it was really awkward. And it was during the time of Excellency Wazir Ragmawi. That was a very awkward moment, and we had to explain. We had to cut him off. And so anyway, when we say Ato, we are saying in Amharic, in Ethiopia's national language, we're saying Mr. If you were to speak Oromifa, you say Obo. If you were to speak Tigrinya, you say Aita. So just give you a crash course in language. So anyway, I just want to make sure if Mr. Tasfaye Barihuni is in the house. Please show me your hand or make a noise if you're here. Yes, there he is. Thank you so much. You have to know I had an elementary school teacher with exactly the same name, Tasfaye Barihuni. He was my 6th grade teacher. All right, Mr. Stephen Opio, are you in the house? I met him earlier. I want to make sure he's here now. Is he here? Mr. Opio? Mr. Opio. Okay. And then Mr. Mohammed Walid bin Amour. Mr. Yes, excellent. Thank you, sir. And Honorable Mr. The ambassador is not going to make it. That's one other announcement I have to make. His Excellency, the ambassador of Denmark to Ethiopia and the Parliament as a representative to the African Union, couldn't unfortunately make it. Although he came, he tried to attend, but his time was pushed, so he had to leave us. Okay, and Ms. Paula Schneidler, are you in the house? Excellent. I hope I haven't chopped your name up. Okay. Perfect. In that case, we're ready to go. So if you give me a minute, I'll just find my bio for my moderator, one of my favorite speakers in the country, and one of the most seasoned professionals. I will just invite him up here. But first, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Ethiopia once again, and how about we get up, stretch a little bit, replace that coffee lingering desire we have in us just after lunch. So let's stand up and let's greet each other. Let's make some noise in the house and let's feel like we are in our home. Let's go. Do what you do at home. Let's get up and stretch. Do whatever you want to do. Just don't slap somebody next door. And somebody make some noise. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Do I have Kenyans in the house? Kenyans. Do I have Tanzanians? And you know how to sing Jambo? Right? Jambo. Let's do it. Jambo Bwana. Habari gani. Let's go. Everybody put your hands together. Jambo. Jambo Bwana. Habari gani. Missouri sana. Wakele. What? You're not Kenyans? I am more Kenyan than you. Let's do it again. Jambo. Yeah, all right? Hakuna matata. Let's move a bit. Let's move a bit. Jambo. Jambo bwana. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. I was just warming you up for the party tonight, so I'm sure you're in the mood to dance. We will see you later. So, without further ado, please allow me to introduce our moderator, Dr. Wubshat Jakada. He's a highly accomplished and experienced professional in the construction industry with over 37 years of dedicated service. Holding a PhD in construction industry management from Norway, an MSc in structural engineering from the United Kingdom, and a BSc in civil engineering from the Addis Ababa University, and at a very interesting twist of his career, he has his LLB from Bahar Dar University, and he brings, because of that, a very unique blend of technical expertise and set of skills and legal acumen to the field. As the first doctor engineer in construction industry management in the country, and as an associate professor of Addis Ababa University, Dr. Wubshat has mentored numerous students, providing extensive advisory and examination services for over 200 MSc and PhD candidates. Currently, he is the general manager of Jakale, which is his own company. And Jakale is a very unique name in Ethiopia. Even for Ethiopians, it's difficult to pronounce, but I'm sure you will learn it in no time. So he has his own company consultancy in his own name, Construction Management Consultancy, and his extensive experience includes leading the development of the 30-year-old construction industry roadmap, 10-year strategy, and key projects such as the highest building now in East Africa, the Commercial Bank of Ethiopia headquarters, and the Bank of Abyssinia, RAS building, and Ethiopian Airlines, Ethiopian Airports Enterprise second expansion project, which is going to be one mind-blowing project, which is just west of Addis here, sorry, south of Addis here, and numerous other Ethiopian Roads Authority projects, Ethiopian Roads Administration projects. Encompassing DRE services, and he is a recognized expert in construction management and structural engineering, and he's also pioneering figure in the first local, as the first local dispute review expert in the construction industry. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please join your hands to bring our moderator to the stage with a round of applause. Let's do it. I wish you a very good panel discussion. Thank you.
Good afternoon. All protocols observed. Due to time delay, I would like to start this session now. The 20th ILO Regional Conference for Labor-Based Practitioners is reaching to its session 2, and the theme of session 2, the United Nations 2015 Sustainable Development Goals. Out of the 17 goals, 7 of them are related to today's regional conference. I wouldn't like to enumerate all of them, but they are all associated with employment intensive investment program, as well as labor-based infrastructure development. Having said this, this session is a session for resilient communities through labor-based infrastructure, for jobs creation, enhancement of livelihoods, and inclusive development. We have 3 presentations, 2 reflections. I have heard that the Denmark ambassador is here with us now. If she's available, I think she can also be involved in this session. Yes. May I call upon the presenters to sit on the right and left side of me. The first presenter, Mr. Tesfaye Barihun. I can't see him. Yeah. Mr. Tesfaye is a PhD candidate in development studies at Addis Ababa University and a lecturer and researcher at Hausa University. He's also a research affiliate with the International Growth Center, contributing to studies on the economic and environmental implication of voluntary sustainable standards and the potential impact of the EU deforestation regulation on coffee farmers. His presentation is related to the voluntary sustainable standard for job creation. His research focuses broadly on sustainable development with emphasis on rural livelihoods, decent work conditions, economic inclusion, and environmental sustainability. He is also interested in exploring the synergies and trade-offs between economic, social, and environmental sustainable dimensions. These are the three focuses the United Nations Development Goal has made a basis for, together with the 5 Ps, like the planet, the people, and so on and so forth. His research also looks into the policy integration of sustainability measures, such as sustainability standards, to inform evidence-based strategies that promote decent work, sustainable livelihood, and environmental sustainability, which is in line with this theme of the session. The second person whom I am going to call upon is Mr. Fabio. Fabio, I misnamed you, or? Mr. Fabio. Yellam? Okay, just a moment. Okay. Yes, sorry about that. Out of question, but sorry, Mr. Stephen Opio. Here he is with the left of me. Is a chief technical advisor for the International Labour Organization Ethiopia and Sudan, where he leads ILO works on the humanitarian development nexus in the Horn of Africa under the Global Prospects Partnership. This initiative focuses on expanding access to inclusive jobs and education for host communities. The third one is Mr. Muhammad Wale. Welcome. Muhammad is the Deputy Director and Central Inspector of Financial Service at the Tunisian Ministry of Finance. Since 2021, he has served as Administrative and Financial Officer for the Pilot Initiative for Integrated Local Development. He holds a postgraduate degree in Public Finance from the Tunisian Algerian Institute of Customs and Tax Economies. He has obtained certificate in Public Finance Policies and Programming, Economic Policies for Financial Stability and Energy Subsidy, Reform from the IMF Capacity Development Institute, Local Tax Optimization from CREDF Techniques. While working with the International Labour Organization in Tunis, he focused on public procurement, mechanism for financing local authorities, territorial development, development planning, climate change, and communication. We have two honorable reflectors after the presentation is going to be made. Honorable Miss Paula Schindler Her Excellency, Honorable Mr. Sun. Yeah, thank you. Welcome. You can sit this one nearby. Her Excellency Honorable Ms. Paula Schindler, Deputy Head of Mission, Embassy of the Kingdom of Netherlands in Ethiopia. Is Her Excellency Honorable His Excellency Honorable Mr. Sun Krogstrup, Ambassador of Denmark. Is he here? Okay. All of you have 15 minutes, and the three presenters will make their presentation, and Ms. Paula will make a reflection on the session presentation, and finally I will wrap up the session. Now I will call upon Mr. Tesfaye Barihun to give his presentation on impact of voluntary sustainable standard on decent rural employment, evidence from smallholder coffee farms of cooperatives, and the floor is yours. Is his presentation ready on? Nice to meet you.
Okay, dear honorable guests, good afternoon. So let me go straight to my presentation. I just will walk you through a research paper on the voluntary sustainability standards impact on decent rural employment. As you all know, agriculture is a vital sector, employing around 940 million people worldwide, and just it represents about 20% of the global labor force. However, despite its potential in employment, economic outcomes, rural economies are plagued by a widespread poverty, poor working condition, informal labor agreements, and basic social services like education and health service. And these rural areas host almost 80% of global pools. In fact, this number varies across the regions. When it comes to Asia, it's like 70 and 75, but when it comes to Sub-Saharan Africa, it goes a little higher, like 82, 83%. Anyways, these rural workers have suffered really low wage, lack of social protections, and they usually endure hazardous work environments. As research indicates, 73% of these rural workers, mostly in developing countries, have lacked social protection such as pensions, health insurance, and some other unemployment benefits. So, on top of that, structural barriers such as seasonal work and weak regulatory reinforcement and exposure to agrochemical inputs and some other things further exacerbates the situation over there. Particularly, women in this area are vulnerable, really. They have just work, a precarious job, and they don't have protections, and they don't even have prospects in general. Okay, I don't see this slide. Oh yeah. There's no slides. I mean, okay, yeah, let me go. So having this in mind, the idea of decent work comes to the picture. So as it is defined by ILO, it represents productive work for men and women in conscience of freedom, equality, security, and human dignity. And this decent work is actually the core component of the Sustainable Development Goals. As you might know, it is SDG 8, which represents decent work and economic growth. So, if you are to have sustainable development, in fact, it just requires a concerted effort. We all need to share responsibilities. People, all walks of life, in fact, including government, NGOs, traders, producers, consumers. They all need to share responsibility to have sustainable development. So, as a kind of initiative, voluntary sustainability standards have emerged as a market-based, a market-driven sustainability standards which can promote sustainability in agricultural value chains, actually. This voluntary sustainability standard, yeah, okay, here it comes. Okay, this won't work. So, this voluntary sustainability standard have emerged as a market-driven instrument to promote this sustainability in agricultural value chains, in fact. So, as you may know, all these sustainability standards, sustainability dimensions, are not work well together sometimes, as there is competing development interests. They may not work well together sometimes, and they involve trade-offs. So these voluntary sustainability standards are believed to be a sort of innovative mechanism that can hold all together. So this is how it comes. People, consumers, mostly in the global north, not exclusively in fact, mostly in the global north, are willing to pay a higher price for products which have sustainability attributes in the production or in the production process. At the same time, people, mostly in the global south, producing tropical commodities, are willing to produce some commodities which has sustainability attributes. So in order to have two terms to deal with, there must be a sort of standards that these producers and some value chain actors complies. So at the same time, they will be certified against these standards. That's what we call voluntary sustainability standards. Among these voluntary sustainability standards, the common ones are fair trade, rainforest alliance, organic. These are some of the sustainability standards commonly practiced in Ethiopia. So these sustainability standards have different sustainability issues, environmental and social. Among the social sustainability issues, these fair wage, safe working environment, labor protections are some of the issues these sustainability standards focuses. These are some of the social aspects. For example, the prominent basis, fair trade, enforces robust labor standards. That includes like child labor abolition, minimum wage, bans of forced labor, occupational safety, non-discrimination, and the right to collective bargaining. These are some of the things fair trade, for example, enforces. So, what's our objective, or why we study this? despite the growing number of studies on these sustainability standards, most of them focus on environmental impacts and the social impacts. There is a serious lack of studies on the social aspects, the social outcomes. Those studies themselves, in fact, focus on large plantations and agro-industries, just overlooking the situation of smallholder farmers and cooperatives, in which most of the rural workers are employed. So we study this because of lack of studies in these areas, particularly in situations of smallholders and cooperatives, where majority of rural workers are employed. And the other reason why we study this is maybe there are limited information or data in these areas, and most studies usually focus on only the labor workers' characteristics. Here, we try to integrate all the information across the household employers, the cooperatives, in order to control for some cooperative institutional heterogeneities, because the workers' situation are not only depending on the workers' characteristics themselves. There are some other factors like institutional covariates affecting their situations. Anyways, here we study this because we want to assess the impact of these voluntary sustainability standards on decent rural employments, basically on wage earnings and the impact on overall working conditions. There are some dimensions that we are going to see. As this is a research paper, we just try to be more rigorous on the methodological aspects. In fact, we just selected districts or regions which is known for coffee production, and it's also known for its washed Arabica coffee. And it has long-standing cooperatives and widespread voluntary sustainability certifications. In this Sidama region, out of like 57 cooperatives, 41 of them are fair trade certified, and 32 of them are fair trade organic certified. So you have a real good case to see the impact of sustainability standards on decent work. So we just followed some basic sampling techniques. We followed multi-stage sampling techniques. We just select the region and some 6 potential warradas. And then we selected the cooperatives, certified one and non-certified one, just to see sort of counterfactuals, in fact. And out of these certified and non-certified cooperatives, we took like 340 householders, each of them representing 1 wage workers. And we just took 220 cooperatives, workers in the cooperatives, both in certified and non-certified cooperatives. And methodologically, we just try to use econometric methods. In fact, we use ordinary least square as a baseline estimation in order to deal with the endogenities such as unobserved confounders and reverse casualties. We use 2-stage least square and IV probing models. And to be more rigorous and to reduce biases, we use instrumental variables such as years of cooperative membership for household or farm workers, and years since establishment for the cooperative workers. This is the instrumental variables we use. Variables, we actually try to operationalize 9 dependent variables based on the ILO principles and the VSS socio-economic impact pathways or theory of changes. Almost all of these studies, in fact, rooted to some theories, such as marginal productivity theory, redistributive justice, social capital theory, public good theory, capability approach, and human capital approach. All these are rooted to these theories at the same time. We use ILO principles, VSS impact pathways, and rooted to these theories. So we use wage contracts, contract situations, social integration, public service, job satisfaction, training, working conditions, healthcare, and work-related accidents are some of the variables that we are going to deal with in this analysis. And at the same time, we use workers' characteristics, in fact, as independent variables. And we technically integrate these workers' characteristics, cooperative characteristics, and household characteristics to reduce some biases, as there are some factors which obviously affects the workers' situations. For example, cooperatives' governance structure, cooperatives' performance, management usually affects the workers' situation. So we need to control all these institutional heterogeneities. So we use the cooperative characteristics, the workers' characteristics, and the farm characteristics as independent variables. The key findings indicate that the sector approximately supports around 30 million people, and out of that, it supports 50 million workers directly or indirectly. It just engaged around 50 millions in any ways, directly or indirectly. And out of this, 78% of the workers are seasonal workers. Still, there are, household workers, family laborers are the prominent one. People usually employ, people in the farm sector usually employ workers for some critical time, the peak times. In this case, from October to January. This is high time. So usually workers are seasonal, we can say. And household farms, in average, employs 6 workers for 3 to 5 months. In fact, cooperatives employ some more workers, like 20 to 100. These are employed in the peak times. And some of these employers maintain permanent workers. They need to deal with, oh yeah, I'm almost done. So these workers are seasonal in most cases, but there are still permanent workers, but the numbers are more for these seasonal cases. When you look at the workers' characteristics, certified workers are older and more educated and have better awareness of voluntary sustainability standards. When you look at their gender compositions, it's almost proportional in every case. It's like in the cooperatives and the farm workers, the gender proportion are almost the same, but household farms skew a little to men. But in the cooperatives, the proportion is almost the same. Oh yeah. So when you look at employment and wage, vessel certification promotes long job tenure. On average, workers tend to stay in certified cooperatives and farms. On average, they stay like 9 years to 8 years in certified cases, but in non-certified cases, workers tend to stay for like 5 to 6 years. So in this case, certified cooperatives and firms hold labors for a little longer time than non-certified counterparts. When we look at employment contracts, it's all the same, that certification significantly improves employment contracts in the firms and in the cooperatives. Certification clearly promotes job security in some cases, actually, because we can see this is significant in both cases. When we look at certified farm works report for daily working hours compared to non-certified ones in both farm and cooperatives, but cooperative workers sometimes just report they work a little longer days in a month, like 24 days in a month, compared to the non-certified ones. When we look at wage, it's generally low in both cases, in the cooperatives and in the farms, even lower than the national poverty line in the time of study. In fact, it's like 2023. So it was really low, far beyond the national poverty line. But still, cooperative workers tend to have more wage, certified cooperative workers tend to have more wage than the non-certified ones. But in the case of farms, there is no significant wage differences. The overtime pay, when we look at cooperative workers, tend to have overtime pay compared to the non-certified counterparts in the cooperatives. But in these household farms, whether they are certified or not, we don't see that much overtime pays. So when we look at training and job satisfaction, it's almost low in general. Only 20 to 30% of workers in both cases receive basic trainings such as occupational health and safety, gender equality and child labor prevention, nutrition and discrimination, climate change adaptation. There are some critical issues they need to be trained with, but generally training is low in both farms and the cooperative case, whether they are certified or not. But relatively, when we look at certified cooperative workers, they tend to have more trainings like on child labor protections compared to their non-certified counterparts. Training in agronomy is common among farm workers because that's their focus of interest. But in the cooperatives, there are relatively better trainings in production process. It's like pulping, washing, sorting. On this case, there are some trainings, but this is not that much significant among certified and non-certified workers. So certification doesn't improve anymore the training situations, because it's believed to have certification basis provides training for these workers. When we look at the job satisfaction situation, in fact, they are not. Overall, the job satisfaction is also low. We can say here we have 1 to 5 scale. Almost the satisfaction rate we observed is below the neutral one. So even if we have a relatively high satisfaction among cooperative workers, but we can say that they are more satisfied because it's below the neutral one. So we can say the dissatisfaction rate is relatively lower than the non-certified counterparts because the satisfaction rate is below the neutral one. So some of these workers report that they are having like 2.2 around satisfaction rate and salaries, and the satisfaction rate in employment security, occupational health and safety is relatively low in the certified cooperatives compared to the non-certified ones. Workers in this area are relatively better satisfied. But we see here low public education and healthcare satisfaction for certified workers. It's expected that as VSS is supposed to provide premium price which can be redistributed back to the community as healthcare infrastructure, educational infrastructure, is expected to have relatively better satisfaction in these areas. But we observe that certified, particularly certified workers are relatively less satisfied even compared to the non-certified ones. I think the only possible argument for this is maybe, as we discussed previously, certified workers are more aware of the certifications. So they know they got some premiums which is really distributed back to the healthcare, or must be distributed back to the healthcare and education services. So from that expectation, they may have resentment or sort of dissatisfaction. That's what we can say in this regard. Anyway, all this can be attributed to these broader institutional limitations and some socio-cultural dynamics or setups, because some entrenched, due to some entrenched labor roles or traditional labor arrangements, the certification may not be able to improve the situations, particularly the transformative social outcomes can be limited. So here we have the last result, maybe the econometrics results. So we have seen the descriptive results and the economics results. It's consistent with the descriptive results. So we can observe that certification improves only wage for cooperative workers, formal contracts in both workers, the household and cooperative workers, training in cooperative workers, job satisfaction in cooperative workers, working conditions for both cases, healthcare service, special, particularly protection for both cases. No significant impact on social integration. Maybe VSS alone doesn't seem to alter the basic social cultural dynamics which shapes labor relations. So that's why this is. And decent work, we finally have this decent work index. We just try to have the composite decent work through principal component analysis and look at the certification impacts on this one specific index, which is a composite index from all this. And we found that only in the cooperatives certification can make a difference. It's only through cooperatives that we see. Conclusion, we see certification is maybe important. It just contributes for both household and farm workers, in fact, but due to the compliance capacity or its structured platform for monitoring, evaluation and support mechanisms, it's only through cooperatives that improves the labor situations. But we see not that much labor situations improved so far in the farm cases. So what we need to do here is we need to tailor certification approach for smallholder farmers. Certification needs to focus on these job centers rather than,
The second presentation is on lesson learned from operationalizing employment intensive investment program in contexts for forced displacements, the ILO prospects. Mr. Stephen, the floor is yours.
Okay, I hope I can use the technology. I'm not BBC, but I want to make sure I use it properly. So what do I press to make the slides move? Yeah? The green one. Good. Okay. My names are Stephen Opio, like the moderator did mention, and I'll be making this presentation based on lessons that we have learned from some of the work that we are implementing as the ILO. So this is based on interventions that we have in 8 different countries in situations of forced displacement. And my first summation is really about the context and the environment in which displaced persons are normally hosted. We all know, even including in Ethiopia, our host today, that we host so many forcibly displaced persons, including IDPs and refugees. And in most cases, Sudan, Kenya, Uganda, Iraq, Lebanon, Jordan, all these countries, the refugees and IDPs normally live in environments which are normally stretched in terms of infrastructure and services. So it's important for us to have that scene setting so that you do appreciate the context in which displaced persons live. And once we appreciate that, it makes it easier to then appreciate the next context of the presentation. But also, once these environments host displaced persons, it means that if we have a road, if we have water services, if we have a market, there will be a lot of pressure on these facilities and therefore need to consider expansion or providing alternatives that the displaced persons can access these facilities together with their hosts. And this automatically has given an entry point for employment-intensive public works and programs to leverage the opportunity that displaced persons come with when they are hosted by their hosting communities. And this is what we have seen. So therefore, combining these EIIP interventions with different aspects of skills, enterprise, becomes essential for both short, medium, and long-term sustainability of the local economic development of these communities that do host refugees. Now, to give it a bit more perspective, the Prospects Program is the name of the program that we are talking about in this case. And the essence of the Prospects Program, it's designed and funded by the embassy, by the Kingdom of Netherlands, in 8 countries, and primarily to facilitate the humanitarian development nexus. So where does humanitarian response start and stop, and where does development pick up from? So the areas that my colleague was talking about in terms of working with rural communities, farmers, and all that, this is the environment in which these refugees and IDPs live in. So if you're humanitarian response, where do you start and stop? But how do we take advantage of development in such contexts? So this is the whole essence of the program, and that map is just to show you the countries in which this program is being implemented, including Ethiopia, where we are today, neighboring Sudan, Kenya, Egypt, Lebanon, Jordan, and Uganda. So, that said, EIIP, one of the things that we have seen, it provides a very good opportunity for the nexus between development, peace, and the humanitarian response. And what we have seen in the context where we are implementing this program is that sequencing some of these interventions to allow for you to provide the support that is required to leave appropriate infrastructure enables for the refugees and the host communities to jointly participate in developing these infrastructure needs. And that for us has been a very good entry point, and we also see the opportunity. I think in the morning session, one of the ministers spoke about it, the opportunity to build capacity of the local actors, because we cannot engage on EIP interventions without the local structures in terms of government and also private sector having the appropriate capacity to go beyond these programs that we do implement. And therefore, we also see that the knock-off effects of such investments become very critical for us. And these knock-off effects could result into jobs, could result into infrastructure, but could also result into having enterprises that are established, skills that are acquired, assessment and certification of the skills that are attained during that process, that enable eventually for sustainability of the interventions beyond just EIP. So that has been a very good entry point for us as the Prospects program. And this presentation that we'll see here today, we want to focus only on two areas. I mean, 2 countries out of the 8, and in one area of market systems development. How does EIIP link to strengthening of the market system? And we'll see one example that we have seen in the dairy value chain and in the camel milk value chain, both in Ethiopia and in Kenya. So, market systems has been the entry point for us. And as ILO, one of the things we do with the private sector, where my brother Ato Dawit is to see how do we strengthen the development of the private sector by, first of all, understanding their needs and what are the bottlenecks to achieve these needs. And this has been the entry point for us. What we have seen is that there are certain push-pull factors that impede the private sector from achieving its full potential in such context of forced displacement. And in the case of Ethiopia and in Kenya, we ventured into the dairy value chain in the Somali region, which has a very arid environment. In Kenya, in Garissa, in the camel milk value chain, which is also a very arid area. And this means that in such a context, if you are a business, the production of milk will not be adequate because of the nature of the environment. So it requires that to address this production issue, how do we then deploy EIIP to invest in unlocking this potential? So the market systems become an entry point for us, understanding the market. And what we found out in both situations is that the animals, camels and cattle in this case, did not have adequate water. And when there's not adequate water, it means the milk production will be minimal. And you see how EIIP now becomes relevant. How do we then unlock this potential? In the case of Garissa, for example, before this intervention, I think the water holding facilities would last until 5 months. But after this intervention, where we deployed EIIP to construct the water ponds, the water could be retained for 7 months. And that means you are having more longevity through which the camels can have water and therefore produce adequate milk. The same with the Somali region in Ethiopia, where the milk production moved from at least 1.5 liters per animal to about 3.5 liters per animal, just because of adequate water. So the deployment of labor-based works in constructing these water ponds became very essential for us, as we will see later as well in one of the videos. In the Kenya situation, this is what I've already mentioned, because to increase the quality of production, but also the quantity, the access to adequate water supply throughout the year became very essential. And in Kenya, there was already some water ponds, but expansion of these water ponds became very crucial. And as a result, the people who were involved in the construction of the water ponds, I think we had almost 116 direct jobs. But the indirect jobs that come out of that should not be looked at as jobs. They should be looked at as the effect on the livelihoods and the business. So these are some of the knock-off effects that you use. EIIP have about 18 direct jobs in constructing the water ponds, but then that will increase more business productivity. So EIIP then becomes more or less like an enabler for business productivity, increasing the quantity. And I just wanted to say two things in this regard. The previous speaker spoke about cooperatives. And along these value chains, we are also targeting the cooperatives. So you can see the connection between EIIP used to create short-term jobs while constructing the water ponds, and then creating economic opportunities beyond just the facility. Now, this is the same with Ethiopia that I spoke to, the dairy value chain in the Somali region, where certain jobs were created. Because it's in the dairy value chain, it meant that you are working across, just like Kenya. Then you have medical workers who are trained and their capacity strengthened to make sure that they provide adequate support services to the animal keepers and the herdsmen along the value chain. So not much difference between Kenya and Ethiopia, but using the ability created by EIIP to then strengthen the value chain, that creates a ripple effect for different jobs along the value chain. Now, value addition. And remember, we are talking about a value chain. We start with understanding the market. There is a gap. That gap can be addressed by EIIP, but then we realize that there are many benefits that come out of this. And as a result, for example, in Garissa, we have seen the women groups that are involved in the camel dairy value chain already engaged in value addition of the milk, because the production is high. How do we add value to the camel milk, either for yogurt or cheese or whatever it is? But it gives multiple options, which could not have been there if we had not used EIIP to expand the access to water. So these cooperatives, my brother, would welcome you to engage with them and interact with them in the process of your research. The same is in Sudan, where we are working with different local economic committees who then provide regular management support to the maintenance of the water wells that we are using, that we have constructed using EIIP, and they charge a fee. But in Garissa as well, you have different skills that come out of this process. You have plumbers who are trained to maintain the water pipes, and you have watershed managers who are trained. So the knock-off effect results in two different job categories along the way. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. And I would want to request that the 2 minutes which are remaining, there is a short video that will complement the highlights that I've provided here. So over to you.
Forced displacement, constrained resources and infrastructure for both displaced people and host communities. The International Labor Organization addresses this through its Employment Intensive Investment Program, EIIP, which develops and maintains infrastructure to support livelihoods. In Ethiopia's Somali regional state, the ILO Prospects Program addressed dairy value chain bottlenecks. Through EIIP, water detention ponds were constructed to improve livestock water access. The program also trained community animal health workers and strengthened local cooperatives to enhance milk production and handling.
waxaan ka faa'iidnay adu shaqooyin howlo fara badan marka ciyaalkoon lagu xoogsanaa dee saari badan baan ku qabnaa oo dee iska xoogsanaa xoogayga dee inta abaaro dhaceen marka waan iskaga fiicannahay nimanka nasi fiican loo shaqaalaysiiyeen haddii mashruuc kale matala niman ahayo kale saasoo kale managu shaqaysan lahayd.
In Kenya's Garissa County, EIIP supported water source rehabilitation, boosted camel milk production from 6,000 to 21,000 liters in the dry season. A new milk collection center extended shelf life and expanded market access, while training for local cooperatives strengthened producers' business skills for scaling up.
Specifically, we used the labor-based approaches, training local youth on how to be part of the water pans rehabilitation with different skills using both mechanical and man labor to be able to make the water pans more open, deseal them, but also ensure that they can hold water for longer.
In Iraq, EIIP engaged youth and professionals in rebuilding infrastructure, with university students and trade unions promoting labor rights compliance. Digital tracking tools ensured project transparency, while engineers received hands-on training in market-relevant skills to enhance employability. In Sudan, EIIP introduced solar-powered water pumps for reliable clean water access. Local economic development committees enabled community-led decisions, while small businesses gained opportunities in water management, fostering sustainable economic inclusion.
تم تأهيل المحطة وتم ردمها بالكامل. احنا بنشكرهم كثير ونتمنى انه يقدموا لنا مشاريع اضافيه، لانه هنا المحطه دي بتخدم يعني ممكن اكثر من 5-6 ألف لاجئين بالاضافه للمجتمع المضيف.
Across 4 prospects countries, EIIP created over 1,100 jobs, supported 155 enterprises, and improved health of more than 5,000 livestock. EIIP goes beyond infrastructure. When aligned with community needs, it drives local economic development, job creation, and resilience in displacement-affected areas.
There is an announcement. The next presentation is in French language. You can use your earphones to listen in English. Therefore, the next presentation is on resilient infrastructure in fragile ecosystem, the Tunisian experience on forest village and climate change issues. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So my presentation will be in French. Elle sera en français. Il s'agit de présenter l'expérience tunisienne à travers un projet qui est...
Excuse me, which number shall we use in order to get English translation? Okay. You can start. You can start.
Donc, la présentation s'intitule « Des infrastructures résilientes dans des écosystèmes fragiles » où on va présenter l'expérience d'un projet qui est mis en œuvre par l'OIT qui s'appelle le projet Initiative pilote pour un développement local intégré. Et on va voir comment le projet a réussi à assurer une certaine adaptation des villages forestiers et oasiens face au changement climatique. Donc, le projet a un petit aperçu. Il a commencé sa première phase en 2012. Par la suite, il a continué comme étant un projet mis en œuvre par l'OIT, financé par l'Union européenne et la coopération suisse depuis 2018. Et il s'achèvera en juin 2026 pour un budget total de 20 millions de dollars. Donc, le projet, il couvre, comme vous pouvez voir sur la carte de la Tunisie, pratiquement 7 gouvernorats sur les régions frontalières de la Tunisie, la frontière avec l'Algérie et la frontière avec la Tunisie, avec des écosystèmes différents puisqu'on travaille avec des communes forestières, mais aussi des communes à caractère oasien. Donc, ça nous met dans l'obligation de s'adapter à ces nouveaux défis de changement climatique. Et l'intervention auprès des communes tunisiennes, c'était auprès de presque 30 communes tunisiennes, si on considère la première phase du projet, nous a permis de mettre en place à peu près 90 sous-projets, que ce soit au niveau central ou au niveau régional. Donc, pour vous parler un peu du contexte, dans les forêts en Tunisie, on a pratiquement 1,2 million d'habitants. C'est à peu près 10% de la population, 5,7 millions de hectares de surface, une contribution au PIB national de 1,3% et une contribution au PIB agricole de presque 14%, avec 7 millions de journées de travail générées, qui reste un chiffre très bas par rapport au potentiel énorme de ces forêts-là. 60% de la population dans ces forêts vivent en dessous de la pauvreté en raison des problèmes d'enclavement, en raison de problèmes de manque d'accès à l'éducation, à la santé, à l'eau potable également, mais aussi en raison des problèmes de chômage et de l'absence de toute opportunité économique. Les prévisions climatiques sont un peu pessimistes et je pense que c'est le cas pour l'ensemble des pays. On estime les projections, une augmentation de la température de 1,8 degré jusqu'à 2050 et de 3,6 degrés jusqu'à 2100, une baisse de précipitations de presque 10% jusqu'à 2050, une exploitation non durable de cet écosystème forestier qui a été accentuée également par l'abattage illégal, par les incendies, par le surpâturage, par également l'urbanisation galopante. Et un chiffre que je considère un chiffre choquant, c'est l'impact du changement climatique sur le secteur forestier en Tunisie. On l'estime à 11,52 millions de dollars et une perte de 16 500 postes d'emploi d'ici 2030, qui est un chiffre énorme publié par la Direction générale des forêts. Donc face à ce défi-là, il était essentiel pour nous de penser autrement, c'est-à-dire d'innover et d'introduire une certaine innovation dans notre approche de travail. C'est pour ça qu'on a essayé de partir du concret, c'est-à-dire d'aller voir qu'est-ce qui entrave le développement de ces villages forestiers. On a essayé de repenser un peu l'approche IMO pour la transformer en un vecteur d'innovation environnementale, économique et sociale, et ce à travers d'abord une double intégration des principes de l'approche dans les politiques de développement, c'est-à-dire une introduction du narratif de notre approche basée sur la valorisation des ressources locales, l'amélioration de l'employabilité des jeunes, les programmes intensifs en main-d'œuvre, et ce dans les différents règlements et les différents plans de développement, que ce soit à l'échelle locale ou à l'échelle nationale. On a essayé également d'introduire les notions relatives à la résilience et l'adaptation au changement climatique dans les différents règlements et les différents manuels de passation de marché. Ça a nécessité un travail de plaidoyer, mais aussi un travail de veille aux réformes au niveau national. Également, on peut dire que cette démarche est une démarche qui est enracinée dans le savoir-faire local. C'est-à-dire qu'on a essayé de redécouvrir un peu les techniques ancestrales dans les villages où on est en train d'intervenir, qui sont connues comme étant des techniques écologiques et à faible impact écologique. Et on a essayé de dynamiser un peu cet écosystème à travers l'utilisation des techniques ancestrales en termes de conservation des eaux et du sol, en termes de techniques d'irrigation par exemple, et de miser aussi sur le développement des chaînes de valeur dans cet écosystème-là pour permettre à la population de générer des revenus et d'avoir des moyens de subsistance. Donc, pour résumer, c'était une approche basée sur le désenclavement, la dynamisation et l'autonomisation, et ce qui va impacter la résilience et renforcer la résilience de la population. Cette démarche, elle est basée sur 4 axes. En fait, on a instauré un système de gouvernance de l'écosystème forestier qui est centré sur les ayants droit, c'est-à-dire les habitants de ces villages-là. On a essayé de valoriser également les clairières forestières pour assurer une certaine biodiversité dans ces villages et faire face aux problèmes d'incendie et assurer une certaine dynamique à travers l'agroforesterie et la plantation. Également, on a essayé d'améliorer l'accès aux infrastructures de base pour ces populations-là qui vivent dans une situation d'isolement, pour améliorer un peu leur qualité de vie et rendre ce territoire de plus en plus attractif. Et également, on a appuyé les partenaires institutionnels, mais aussi les bénéficiaires pour assurer leur montée en compétences à travers les formations et les programmes de certification pour arriver à ce qu'on appelle les plans d'action participatifs pour le développement du secteur forestier. Donc, pour schématiser un peu la démarche, on a commencé par des diagnostics approfondis de ces territoires-là, c'est-à-dire des enquêtes socio-économiques auprès des villages forestiers qui nous ont permis de développer avec les populations ce qu'on appelle les plans de développement locaux, où on a essayé d'identifier quels sont les projets pilotes qui vont permettre à ces personnes-là de s'adapter face au changement climatique. Et on a élaboré ensemble avec la population ce qu'on appelle les plans d'action en faveur du développement durable des zones forestières, ce qui nous a permis d'identifier quelques projets pilotes et où les solutions techniques ont été co-construites avec les populations. Je vais citer à titre d'exemple Vous trouverez par exemple l'aménagement des pistes forestières où on a essayé d'adopter une approche écologique respectueuse de l'environnement avec des tracés écologiques, des tracés maîtrisés avec le minimum d'abattage possible, la réutilisation des déchets des rivières pour l'aménagement des pistes, l'installation d'un éclairage en lampadaires solaires à faible impact écologique. Également, on a essayé d'aménager les lacs collinaires pour essayer de stocker un peu les eaux pluviales et assurer une certaine irrigation durable. On a contribué également à la construction des micro-barrages et à l'aménagement des conduites d'eau pour assurer une irrigation économe et aussi un aménagement et un rapprochement des sources d'eau potable qui était l'une des demandes de la population des zones forêt barrages. Également pour améliorer la qualité de vie de ses habitants dans les villages forestiers et améliorer l'attractivité de ce territoire et freiner un peu l'exode vers les zones côtières pour la recherche d'opportunités économiques, on a essayé de faciliter l'accès aux services de base, par exemple à l'éducation primaire. Et là, l'accès aux écoles et l'accès aux dispensaires est devenu possible même dans les conditions climatiques extrêmes et même dans les périodes de forte pluviométrie et de forte chaleur également. On a essayé d'installer également des stations écologiques de traitement des eaux usées pour faire face aux problèmes d'assainissement dans ces zones forestières et qui sont des solutions 100% écologiques et respectueuses de l'environnement. On a aménagé des sentiers écologiques pour sensibiliser la population sur l'importance de la promotion du tourisme durable et la sensibilisation aux actions environnementales. Et on a développé des circuits touristiques communautaires avec la population pour diversifier leurs sources de revenus et valoriser le patrimoine naturel et culturel dans ces zones-là. Des exemples d'intervention, l'aménagement de pistes vers les écoles primaires, la station d'assainissement, le sentier écologique et quelques kiosques qui sont construits avec du bois qui sont 100% écologiques. Derrière chaque projet d'infrastructure, il y a toujours une histoire à raconter et un combat. Et celui-là, c'est le combat d'une agricultrice qui s'appelle Saïda dans la commune de L'Gala et qui a essayé de faire face aux aléas climatiques et de s'adapter au changement climatique à cause du manque de sources d'eau et de la pénurie et de la sécheresse de ces dernières années. Et on a réussi, grâce à l'aménagement de micro-barrages et des conduites d'eau vers le périmètre irrigué, à développer un peu la culture et l'agriculture dans ce périmètre et mettre à sa disposition des moyens de subsistance qui ont permis de subvenir aux besoins de ces enfants, mais aussi des moyens de subsistance pour l'ensemble des agriculteurs. Également, puisque derrière chaque projet d'infrastructure, il y a une histoire, mais il y a aussi une opportunité d'apprentissage, puisqu'on favorise l'apprentissage en action à travers les chantiers écoles, que ce soit pour la construction des pistes, pour les ouvrages hydrauliques, pour le reboisement, pour les travaux forestiers ou pour les travaux agricoles. On a opté pour un apprentissage, un apprentissage sur le tas dans le cadre des chantiers, bien sûr en collaboration avec les services de formation professionnelle de l'État, pour aboutir finalement à une validation et une reconnaissance de l'apprentissage et une certification qui va améliorer l'employabilité dans le secteur forestier et environnemental. Également, après la formation et la certification, on essaie d'identifier quelles sont les personnes qui peuvent monter leur propre business et avoir une certaine autonomie via l'entrepreneuriat. Et on a identifié des personnes qui sont capables de créer leurs propres entreprises. On les a accompagnés grâce à un coaching, à une formation spécifique dans l'implémentation de leurs projets, à savoir des entreprises de création, par exemple, des entreprises de travaux forestiers locaux ou des entreprises de valorisation de déchets dans les villages forestiers. On a essayé de structurer les coopératives agricoles, que ce soit sous forme de groupements ou sous forme de sociétés mutuelles, pour leur permettre de mieux s'organiser dans le cadre d'une gestion solidaire. Et on a essayé de mettre en valeur les produits qu'ils sont en train de commercialiser en leur facilitant la mise en marché de leurs produits. Finalement, donc pour résumer, il s'agit de créer un modèle intégré de territoire forestier qui est résilient, productif, viable et d'exploiter les investissements en infrastructure et les formations et l'entrepreneuriat pour transformer la vulnérabilité dans ces villages-là en des opportunités économiques. Pour les oasis, la démarche était la même et le constat, il est le même pratiquement. Les oasis qui abritent également plus de 10% de la population et souffrent de problèmes de sécheresse et de chômage très importants. Donc, on a essayé d'exploiter les ressources naturelles qui existent dans les communes forestières dans lesquelles on est en train d'intervenir, comme le cas de la commune de L'Fawar, où on a trouvé un fort potentiel en eau géothermale qu'on a essayé de développer. Et voici un exemple d'intervention à travers des infrastructures agricoles intelligentes, promouvoir l'agriculture sous serre par exemple, réduire les besoins en sources d'eau conventionnelles, construire des infrastructures communautaires et écotouristiques pour promouvoir la commercialisation des produits de l'oasis. Je vais passer, j'ai fini. Donc, c'est les 8 étapes essentielles pour la mise en œuvre d'un modèle intégré de gestion durable des oasis et des exemples concrets des interventions dans les oasis, la valorisation des sous-produits de la laine, la valorisation du bois de palmier par exemple, les chantiers écoles dans les travaux oasiens et le process également, comme pour le cas des forêts, le process de certification des femmes des coopératives pour améliorer leur employabilité. Je finis par les chiffres clés du projet. Donc, 20 villages, au total, 20 villages ont été désenclavés, 1750 adhérents de coopératives appuyés, 33 chantiers écoles d'infrastructures ont été organisés avec 900 apprenants certifiés, 35 coopératives agricoles appuyées, 8 nouvelles organisations professionnelles créées et 43 sessions de formation ont été organisées. Également, le projet appuie les partenaires nationaux pour la participation aux formations organisées par ITC Turin sur l'adaptation au changement climatique par les travaux verts et l'approche des travaux humo et participe chaque année dans les travaux des COP en appuyant les négociations de la délégation tunisienne. Et vous pouvez avoir plus d'informations sur le projet en scannant le QR code ou en se rendant vers les différents réseaux sociaux.
According to the schedule, we have used 7 minutes more because we have started around 16:12. So we have a certain time, 15 minutes, for question and answer, and the floor is for you. You can raise some questions for discussion. If there is no question or opinions, we can continue to the next schedule. No questions? Thank you. You have saved our time. Then I will invite Her Excellency Honorable Ms. Paula Schindler to give her reflection on the session presentation. The floor is yours. Hope you'll conclude within 15 minutes.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, panelists, colleagues and friends, all protocols observed. And thank you for allowing a bit more time, even though I'm quite aware that I'm in the middle between your well-deserved rest before the evening program. But I'm very happy that I can share some reflection, because it's really an honor to stand before you this afternoon as we conclude the first day of this important regional conference. And on behalf of the Netherlands Embassy, I extend our sincere appreciation to the organizers, the government of Ethiopia, in particular the Ministry of Urban and Infrastructure and the Ethiopian Roads Administration, the International Labour Organization, and the African Union. Today, we have taken the first steps in a 5-day-long journey that seeks to confront some of the most pressing issues facing Africa and beyond: the lack of decent employment, the urgency of equipping people with really relevant skills, and the complex reality of forced displacement, as we've heard also in one of the presenters this afternoon. Increasing employment opportunities for young people in Ethiopia
and countries across Africa is critical to make optimal use of much of the continent's demographic dividends that has the potential to accelerate economic growth. All of us assembled here today, I dare to believe and I dare to say, we all recognize that a job is the gateway to a better future for individuals and their entire communities. So promoting employment and skills development are cross-cutting themes across our development interventions, also here in Ethiopia. And let me mention a few. In Ethiopia, the Netherlands is a large donor of Ethiopia's Productive Safety Net program that has a strong livelihood component to it. We have, as the Netherlands, contributed to the creation of thousands of jobs in Ethiopia through the Challenge Fund for Youth Employment that seeks both to stimulate economic growth and also addresses the skills mismatch in the labor market. In agriculture, we support innovative programs such as Bridge HortiLife, and Bridge, for example, that aims to improve the entire value chain of the dairy sector, that really improves the livelihoods of smallholder and commercial dairy farmers, so they can really move from that smallholder farmer to much more commercial dairy farmers in that chain of the value chain and also in that program. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me also to zoom into one specific program that has been mentioned before, but I think is important enough since it addresses forced displacement and employment challenges for both refugees and host communities. Let me first start by expressing my gratitude to the government of Ethiopia for its open door policy and being host to 1.1 million refugees. This poses challenges for both the government and the host communities in the areas where refugees live. And to promote the resilience and self-reliance of refugees, IDPs, and host communities, 5 years ago, the Netherlands launched the already mentioned Prospects Partnership, which brings together UNICEF, UNHCR, ILO, World Bank, and IFC. And Prospect is based on the recognition that forced displacement is not only a humanitarian concern, but an actual development challenge as well. A key principle underpinning it is the importance of economic inclusion, a key prerequisite to self-reliance. And I'd like to give you an example. A recent World Bank study showed that the cost of economic aid needed per refugee is $378 annually if no economic opportunities are provided. And that figure drops to only $72 annually in case of full integration, economic integration. In other words, there is a strong business case for allowing refugees the right to work. Simply put, it's good for refugees, good for host communities, and good for the government. Within Prospect, the ILO, IFC, and World Bank, they take the lead in crafting livelihood interventions, skills training, and business opportunities. Their efforts have resulted in the creation of many jobs, and they are building a business case for increased involvement of the private sector, as you already mentioned, in the refugee domain. I just want to repeat, private sector involved in refugee domain. It's never easy, but it is possible. And by doing so, these efforts honestly are really proving that with the right investment and collaboration, we can generate inclusive pathways that benefit both the host communities and the displaced communities. I'd like to mention a few more success stories because they include also the ILO's Employment Intensive Investment Program, as you've heard. For example, the IFC's Climate Smart Share Farming project in Doloado that brings together foreign land management company and 9 cooperatives. And they are made up of 2,000 farmers, and they are half refugee, half host community, to all together commercialize crop production. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, As development partners, we are not just donors, we are stakeholders. Our responsibility is not just mobilizing funding, but really to ensure that all the interventions that we do are really aligned with local systems, responsive to the realities of communities, and to prepare those communities for the future. And that is why, for example, with Prospects, we work with RRS and line ministries at federal level, but also with regional bureaus and city administrations. Lastly, I would like to emphasize the importance of having access to digital skills. The digital economy is growing every single day, yet many, especially displaced populations and marginalized youth, remain locked out due to lack of infrastructure, training, or opportunity. To address this challenge, we support ILO's engagement to further improve Ethiopia's digital inclusion strategy, emphasizing refugees' access to technology. With that technology, they can have access to even more jobs also for the future. In conclusion, this is my request to you. Let us not underestimate the power of this conference. With 4 days ahead of us, we have the opportunity to think boldly, plan practically, and commit collectively. Let us use these days together, not just to share knowledge, but really shape our commitments and reinforce accountability so that we can all leave this conference with a renewed sense of purpose and partnership. So as we draw today to a close, I encourage you to reflect on all the stories that you have heard this morning, this afternoon, and the lessons you have gathered, and make them into ideas you will work on tomorrow and the months ahead. Let's make the most of these days for the region's youth, for the displaced families seeking stability, and for the communities striving every single day to build stronger resilience. Thank you so much for your engagement. Amasegenalu. I wish you a very pleasant evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Paula. You have made my life easier by summarizing and giving reflection on the session presentation. As part of the wrap-up, I will remind you to the 2015 establishment of the Sustainability Development Goals, where Ban Ki-moon, the then president, said, this Sustainable Development Goal is a shared vision for humanities and social contract between world leaders and the people. He also added, this Sustainable Development Goal is a to-do list on behalf of people and planet and a plan for success. Having said this, today's session is more or less related to 7 of the Sustainability Development Goals, namely no poverty, 0 hunger, that has been reflected now and then related to the displacements and fragile communities, and as well as decent work and economic growth, inclusivity, together with the industry, innovation, and infrastructure. And Honorable Ms. Paula said digital economy is working on. You have to think in terms of, for ILO also to reflect, to look, to start to look into E2P, the Employment Intensive Investment Program under the age of AI. What it is going to be. That is a simple assignment for the ILO specialists. And also, when we discuss, when we hear about the presentation regarding forest, climate change, and others, the issue of reducing inequalities, sustainable cities development and communities, are also associated together with affordable housing as well. So having said this, a friend of mine, Mr. Tesfaye, has also indicated the voluntary sustainability standards which will promote certification is also an issue to include and consider. With this, I think I conclude today's session, and good night.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wibishat, and our distinguished panel. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for all of them, but also for my moderator, please. Let's do a better one. This is the last one for today. Thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedules, for being here, for sharing your expertise and wonderful data. Now, can I have you stand, all 5 of you? I have something very special to do. Can you stand, please? Can I have Madam in the middle?
Yes.
I'm a control freak, I'm sorry. I like details. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Miss Paula Schneidler, Deputy Head of Mission at the Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, one of the most beautiful embassy buildings in Addis. Architecturally, one of the most amazing. Built by a woman, well, designed by a woman, Rahel, what was her second name? Rahel is the architect an Ethiopian architect who built this embassy building. And madam, I am sure if anybody is inspired by this little marketing I'm doing for your embassy, I'm sure you can facilitate a visit. It's something incredible. Now, if you could pose for the pictures, I have something very special I want to do. And I'm sure it's going to get us started with the party tonight. Huh? Let's do it. Happy birthday to you. Come on. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Join me. Come on. Let's do it together. Happy birthday to you. Come on. Let's go. Paula. Happy birthday, dear Paula. It's her birthday, ladies and gentlemen. Now, the question remains, how old are you now? Thank you so much. Have a wonderful evening. You may return to your seats now. Thank you. And merci. And happy birthday. Many happy returns, madam. I don't know, a gentleman came and told me, and I'm like, should I trust this guy? What if he was lying? Madam mentioned something about, the last speaker mentioned something about AI. I think that's Dr. Wibishat. And I wanted to share a quick, interesting thing that the State Minister of Infrastructure and Urban, Yetum Geta, right there, did. He just went into his phone, and he wanted me to share this with you about tonight. And he used AI to create it in a matter of seconds. Dear esteemed participants, about tonight, what a better way to kick off this incredible conference that with an enriching evening under the stars of Friendship Park in Addis Ababa's largest urban oasis. Friendship Park is a breathtaking green sanctuary in the heart of Addis Ababa, right in front of the Sheraton Addis Hotel, just steps away from the majestic Garden Palace, adorned with dazzling water fountains and serene landscape. What will happen tonight, ladies and gentlemen, is a welcoming cocktail filled with delicious drinks and exquisite bites and vibrant conversations and chit-chats and, of course, all the networking you can do. The perfect setting to connect, unwind, and celebrate the start of an unforgettable event here in Ethiopia. Because after a day of an inspiring session, you deserve to relax in one of Addis Ababa's most stunning locations where nature, elegance, and something else come together, a word I've never read before. Let's meet at Friendship Park, ladies and gentlemen, at 6 p.m. It looks like we're really delayed, so we're gonna go straight. We're gonna take you straight to the park, unless you really, really have to go to your hotel or wherever, but please don't miss it. We're going to network and fellowship, and get to know each other, unwind amidst the lush greens and beautiful mesmerizing fountains, and a toast to the beginning of an amazing conference. Ladies and gentlemen, we're definitely going to see you there. And tomorrow morning, before the main event here at 9:30 begins, we're going to have a quick 2 separate sessions, side events, and you will be guided by the event managers to go into your separate sessions or the earlier sessions that are happening. And then, but everybody will reconvene here at 9:30 in the morning. But everybody must be here by 8:30 in the morning. If you can be here by 8 o'clock, it will be perfect, so we can network a little bit, gather together, and get started by 8:30. Thank you all so much. If I am not missing anything else, we could. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's celebrate the end of today's session. We will see you at Friendship Park. Make sure you carry your badges, because that's how you get in. It's going to be an amazing night. Friendship Park is one of the most incredible, beautiful places in Addis. You're definitely going to love to be there. Music is going to be amazing. The dancing is going to be amazing. The food is going to be amazing. Yes, ma'am, you have a question? Madam from Rwanda, you have a question? You have to push the button in the middle. Yes, now I can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much. I would like to ask if tomorrow's session will include the presence of the ministers.
Yes, that's what's going to happen. Earlier in the morning, we're going to have 2 separate sessions for 1 hour.
Yes.
And then everybody's going to reconvene here by 9:30 to continue with the ministers. So it's going to happen.
So the ministers have to arrive at 9:30?
No, 8:30.
8:30.
Everybody has to arrive at 8:30. It's just that between 8:30 and 9:30, the 2 side events will happen in one here and one in the other room. And then, but after 9:30, everybody will reconvene here and continue.
All right.
Yes, ma'am. All right, everyone. We will see you at Friendship Park. Make sure you carry your badges and make sure you join us. It's going to be one amazing Ethiopian evening. Thank you so much. We will see you at the park. And happy birthday one more time, madam. See you later.
Wageni mwakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata.